Hello, everybody, and welcome back to RCI TV here on this Sunday evening, November 15th. This time at Spa-Francorchamps. Currently on board with Dave Hardy for the Belgian Audi Club Team WRT number 26. As he comes up out onto the straight. Today we have a 3-hour special, multi-class edition even, in fact, at Spa-Francorchamps. Our broadcaster here today will be Nick Setnick, bringing you the cameras. My name, Mike Jones, and joining me in the comms box is, of course, Mr. Ryan Gill. How you doing, Ryan?
I'm doing very well, thank you, Mike, and it's a pleasure to be here for the 3 hours of Spa. We've been looking forward to this one, haven't we, for a while now? A lot of people have been asking for Spa, and, well, with the announcement of our World Tour coming up next year, and the fact that Spa might not be on the calendar, I think it's good that we do at least get one endurance race out on this circuit before the end of the year.
Yeah, I agree. It's something that we actually haven't done a full enduro at Spa yet, and obviously, you know, there were plans to potentially do a bigger Spa event as well, but that's something that isn't quite locked in yet for next year. I'm sure we will have one, but for now, a 3-hour multi-class race seemed like an excellent little intro to this track. 56 cars on the grid today. As mentioned, it is multi-class, however, so we're about half the grid or so will be GT3. If I can get our broadcaster to drop down nearer to the bottom of the list, you can see that there are GT4 cars down in the back, and they are labeled as Silver and Am, respectively. So we have effectively 3 classes here in the race today. So here we are with Christian Kramer for Slow Mo Racing 818. And you will see that they are labeled as an AM team. Then we have our silver labeled drivers there as well. The AM and silvers will be your GT4 class. The silver drivers are the more pro level GT4 cars, and your AM drivers are the more silver AM drivers in the GT4s. And of course, everything labeled in the pro white placard is all of your GT3 cars, besides for car 50 there, which of course would be the safety car for the race. And speaking of safety car, Ryan, new procedures in place here at RCI today.
Yeah, we do. Based off a lot of the feedback that we got from the Bathurst 12-hour and a couple of the incidents that were had on lap 1, of course, you know, we haven't just forgotten about it, and you know, we've come along and we've prepared some form of safety car to, you know, try and kind of mitigate these issues in the future. You know, if there is a big accident, but maybe not worthy of a restart, we can kind of deploy the safety car. People can, you know, go out, fix the damage, line up in a single file, and then we can get the race restarted. And of course, just allows people the best opportunity they can to still be competitive in the race. Some people not too keen on the idea of it. Some people really supportive of it. We're going to be finding out later today if we'll even use it at all. It will only be effective for, I think, the first couple of laps if we do need to use it. So hopefully, fingers crossed, that these guys can keep it all nice and clean. But it is just a bit of peace of mind, isn't it, Mike, to know that, you know, if we need it, it's there.
Yeah, and that was the exact thought behind it, basically. You know, we don't necessarily have to, you know, use it actively throughout the race. You know, I mean, it's not something that we're going to always use no matter what or anything like that. But it's just for those cases where, let's hope that people don't do this, but going up Eau Rouge for the first lap, people have been known to cause a little bit of chaos. And, you know, if, you know, a few cars get knocked off a track and it's, you know, it in the end, this is a sim. Luckily for the safety of our drivers and everything, here in the simulation world, it's not that big of a deal. But, you know, it does mean that 5, 6, 7 cars, whatever, may get thrown off a track and need to necessarily get repairs right away, that they will be able to get back to the pit box and be just fine.
Yeah, so of course, safety car ready and waiting if it is going to be needed, but for our sake, we're just going to be hoping that we don't need it. So having a look then, as we come at the end of practice, we'll be forwarding to qualifying in just a moment. It is the ever-familiar names at the top of the table. Matthias Egger, of course, in the 6-1-2, not in the 1-2-6 as they usually are. but they are in the Mercedes that brought them victory at the 12 Hours of Bathurst. But we've also got plenty of other familiar names at the top. Vincent Erbrich, of course, Mike Noble, Peter Henneberg, and obviously Jaroslav Honzik there in 9th place as well. So all the familiar names that you'll be used to throughout many different ACC communities up towards the top. And we'll be looking forward to seeing how all of these guys do in qualifying. And qualifying is going to be interesting to talk about because this is a multi-class race, which means we have GT3 and GT4 cars, because that's already been established. But we're going to have to do the qualifying a bit different. We're going to have to separate these classes in qualifying. And what that means is that the GT4s will be going out on track first. They will be given a 9-minute session, or 9-minute stint, to go out and set their lap times. And then, of course, we'll have the overlap period where they're allowed to finish up their laps. And then for the final 9 minutes of qualifying, the GT3s will go all out to decide their position. So it means that we don't really have a problem of, GT4s and GT3s trying to qualify amongst each other. It just kind of ends up being a bit of a mess. So we've got a few procedures in place to avoid that. And of course, you'll be seeing that live on track in just a moment.
Yeah, we should be forwarding to the session here, actually very briefly. So we should get out onto the qualifying grid, and there we go right now. Stewards have forwarded, Race Control has forwarded over to the session. So we should see the GT4 drivers head out on the track, as Ryan just said. 10 minutes of qualifying per split, by the way. So this is almost more of a super pole session here at Spa, right, with only 10 minutes. So I'm really curious to see. I mean, there's only about 20 to 25 cars that will be out on the track at a time. But of course, you invalidate one lap, that's going to cost you quite a bit of time. And with the long pit lane and long out lap time here at Spa, it's not necessarily the easiest thing to just jump back to the pits because you had a bad lap. You've really got to just go for it. As you can see, these guys weaving, trying to get heat into their tires as they approach the first chicane, and make sure that they're just up to spec and ready to roll as they do their 2 minute 20-second lap or so here in these GT4s. What are we expecting for lap times here for the GT4s, Ryan?
Probably closer to 2 minute 30s. If we're looking, I mean, we can kind of have a cheeky little look at the practice session times, can't we, to kind of get a bit of an idea of what these guys are going to be doing. So the fastest GT4 lap time was actually done by Jarkko Torvinen, Gergo Panker, and Matt Samuels, McLaren 570S. They did a 2:29.7. Now that is very, very quick for a GT4 car, and they're going to be one of the cars that in their respective GT4 Pro class, they're going to be up towards the front, as we'd imagine. I think the furthest car out on track at the moment is actually that of Marco Ripper, and he's in the Camaro for the GC Racing 1. Of course, they had a bit of a difficult timeout in the Endurance Championship that we had on Friday. Started at the back of the grid, but they did come through good in the end, and always nice to see guys out in a different car. And of course, great to see people trying out some of the GT4s as well. A lot of people want more GT4 racing. We want more GT4 racing. And, we want to try and put it on for you guys. It is sometimes a bit difficult with some of the low numbers, but proud to say that we've got a big collection of GT4s and a big collection of talent in the GT4 class for this time round. However, as Marco Ripper will come out of the bus stop to be the first GT4 to start his flying lap of this qualifying session.
Yeah, first qualifying lap here from GC Racing 1, and of course we saw GC Racing number 1, GC Racing, I suppose, is they're a little bit of a bigger team, win their first race at the Endurance Championship on Friday as well, Ryan, so good by them to kind of handle that, and we will see what they can do here at Spa. Guys, we just realized that we are live on a couple of different streams, so apologize, we're just updating the titles on the stream. Thank you for Tim in the chat for mentioning that. And Ryan, I'm going to ask you to take the comps here for a second while I fix it up.
Oh, can do. So we're looking at the likes of Marco Ripper at the moment. And on board with the Camaro. And of course, trying to do his qualifying lap at the moment. He's gone all the way through Eau Rouge, down towards the end of the Kemmel Straight, and then through Les Comtes. Now making his way towards Bruxelles. Got to be so committed on this corner here. Try and take as much of the inside as you can. Slingshot your way out now towards No Name. The ever familiar left-hand corner. Got to be careful of track limits here, so those will be enforced by the server throughout the race. And now coming down towards Pouhon. Of course, kind of renamed to the Double Gulch, but a lot of people still using the traditional name of the circuit. Now we head down towards the campus section. And Marco Ripper looking pretty good on his lap at the moment here, and looking very fine in that Camaro. The Camaro obviously not one of the more popular GT4 cars, but always good to see some underdog picks now as he comes down towards Stavelot. And this is going to be the final run up towards the line here. Goes nice, and doesn't actually go too wide coming out of Stavelot. And he's going to make his way now towards Blanchimont, completely flat in a GT3 car, and you're going to see exactly the same thing in the GT4 car as well. As you see Marco Ripper there, completely committed. Down towards the bus stop chicane. How late on the brakes can you be? Nice and late it is from Marco Ripper. Gets the car slowed down. Hop over the first part of the curb. Don't hit the second part. Don't go too wide on the exit of the bus stop. And the first lap of the qualifying session for the GT4s. It's a 2-minute 30.4. And I have to say, that's not a bad banker lap, considering that the fastest lap we saw in practice was only half a second quicker than that. So that is a solid first effort from the GC Racing 1 team.
Yeah, the GC Racing 1 team, I mean, we're going to see, what the rest of these guys are doing. We can see Koff already put a lap down 1.6 seconds slower, and a couple of these other guys slapping down laps now. There's Dedicek in the 405 BMW putting down a 2:30.318, which puts him just above Ripper. But the rest of these guys are a half second to almost a second and a half back, in fact, as we're seeing a couple of the GT3 cars starting to line up at the end of the pit lane. They can be released here in about another 6 minutes or so before they are allowed out onto the track. But there's Mikkel Sundstrom in the nearly on pace 899 Mercedes, putting down a front row lap. Not quite able to beat Wolmuth, however, who put down a 2:29.9, which is just that is a pretty quick lap. Granted, it is the Porsche. We do know that the Porsche GT4 does do pretty well around Spa, but I am happy to see, kind of as you mentioned, Ryan, just a reasonable selection of cars here. We do have quite a few people in the Porsche and the Aston, but that said, of course, we did watch Ripper go around in the Camaro. We did watch a couple BMWs. We saw the Mercedes. I believe there's even a Maserati out on the grid today. So, I'm happy to see a varied selection of these GT4 cars across the Silver and AM class today. Here's Martin Ulrich, for example, in that BMW number 41. And he's about a second from the leader at the moment. But, he's got a couple more laps that he can potentially use to put down a faster lap time. Currently in 8th overall, trending about 7/10 up on his lap, which would put him near the front row if he's able to keep that up. He's just crossing into sector 3 of the track here, and I think he may have just invalidated the lap. That was very wide in that corner. Not quite sure if that will abuse the track limits or not yet, as some of these corners you can very well run pretty wide. But he's got about another 20 seconds or so until he crosses the line. He has lost a little time, but he should hopefully be able to pick up a couple more positions.
Well, Marco Ripper has improved on his place. He's gone 4/10 faster than his first banker lap, and that's going to put him second at the moment within the GT4s. You can see a few of the kind of silver class GT4s, which are marked as AMs for this event, kind of mixing themselves in amongst some of the pro GT4s. We do occasionally see this in qualifying. The barrier between, pro and silver isn't really as solid or as obvious as it used to be. Here's Mikkel Sundstrom, though, in the 899, nearly on pace. Plenty familiar around these parts, and It's not really going to improve on his previous lap time there, Mikael Sundström, but he's going to be going again. And of course, in the ever familiar Mercedes that we do see him. But of course, not the GT3 variant this time, the GT4 variant. And Mikael Sundström, one of those drivers that I mentioned earlier, you know, very, very passionate about wanting to race more GT4s. He competed in the McLaren Masters Cup that we were holding not too long ago, multi-class event, and we'll have more of those kind of events coming in the new year as well. And always great to see him out on track. Here's Thiago Lima, is another driver that we're used to seeing in the GT3s, but this time has traded out the GT3 for a GT4 car. And running the ever familiar Aston Martin V8 as well. And you know, something that does surprise me about some of these GT4 cars is that, you know, a lot of them are running, a lot of the ones that have GT3 variants are running practically an identical engine to what you find in the GT3 variant. Obviously, it's much more restricted to stop the speed on these cars. But obviously, this Aston Martin here, fielding a V8 inside of it, and I think the Audi as well fields a V10 in the back of it, the GT4 variant. Someone can probably correct me on that if I'm mistaken, but I do believe it runs the same engine as the GT3 version, just restricted and a bit turned down. But here's Jarkko Torvinen. Of course, they were quickest in practice, and they're in the McLaren 570S, beautiful little car. And running fourth at the moment in qualifying, maybe expect them to be a bit higher up by the time we get to the end of the session. And I can actually see Lucas Chacola is apparently 4/10 up on his lap time at the moment. He's in the Maserati that Mike mentioned earlier. There is a Maserati on the grid. And, well, no traction control, no ABS for the Maserati, but it's not slowing Lucas down at the moment. And if he carries on with being 4/10 quicker, well, he's going to be 3/10 clear for provisional pole come the end of this qualifying session. So we're going to have to see how the Maserati does towards the end of the lap. He's only got the final sector to go here as he makes his way up towards Blanchimont and then eventually the bus stop. And he has lost a bit of time coming out of Stavelot. An interesting livery on that Maserati as well here, but we will follow him all the way through. And of course, he's driving for the Forza Italia Poland esports team. Bit of a confusing name, but works out nonetheless. And let's see here as he comes out of the bus stop. How wide will he go? Ooh, very, very wide. Hopefully won't invalidate his time. He'll come up towards the timeline. He will go provisional pole. Lost a bit of time in the bus stop, but he goes 24 thousandths clear as the GT4 qualifying session has, well, it's officially ended a couple of minutes ago, and the overlap period has now ended. So the GT4s will be pulling over, and we will now see the GT3s taking it to the field. So, with the GT4 qualifying decided, it will be Lucas Chacola on pole position for the GT4 class in the Maserati of all cars. And incredible performance there. And of course, in the GT4 Silver class, it will be Jordan Wansink that ends up on pole in the GT4 AMG.
Yeah, he will. I was impressed with that though. I mean, the Maserati being able to put down that fast a lap, I'm impressed here at Spa. I mean, as you said, it's a car without traction control. It is a car that is usually struggled with, to say the least, and I'm excited to see how they do during the race. But of course, GT3 qualifying now. These guys are about to do their first qualifying laps. Here's Berrier, of course, for the TX3 AAA 72 Mercedes, with the Aston Martin there behind him. I believe that's Honzik behind him, if I'm not mistaken. Surprising to see Honzik in an Aston Martin today as well, Ryan. That kind of surprises me. He's usually in the Lambo, for example. But
yeah,
good on them, and we're gonna see what these guys can do.
Yeah, it is interesting, and like we said, we're quite a few people in cars that we're we're not used to seeing, often. And of course, a lot of that is down to the GT4s being present today. But yeah, it is nice to see people in cars that we don't usually see them in. And of course, we're on board here with Valentin Barrier as he goes over the top of Radion and through the Camel Kink now. And of course, this is one of the cars that we do expect to see up at the top of the GT3 pack.
And somebody I'll be keeping an eye on as well, because they were the top on practice, is the number 12 BMW. Vincent Erbich in that car for PCDC Motorsports. He was out on the top in practice, at least. I know that he is one quick driver, constantly competing with some of our top guys like Barrier, like Honzik, for example. So I'm really curious to see how they do. I would also not be surprised to see Darren King in the 40 Ferrari up here near the top. I know that he's pretty reasonable at Spa. Darren King pretty reasonable in general. But Darren King, they just, of course, just finished the 24 Hours of Spa with another community, and I believe they placed top 5 during that race as well. So very consistent team. And I was watching them throughout the race; they did pretty well. But here's Vincent Erbich for the PCDC Motorsports. As I just mentioned, he will not be the first one to cross the line for the GT3 field, but he is tracking on his hot lap right now, approaching through the last bit of the track, coming up to Blanchimont here very briefly. And we're going to see these GT3s put down a couple laps, and that's all they get, though, is just a couple. Obviously, only 5 minutes left. Oh, I think he might be on an out lap still. He's still warming his tires up a bit. Either that or he decided he was going to abandon that one. But this big Beamer, Ryan, you've been driving this thing a little bit. How do you think this thing will handle around Spa?
Well, interesting you mention it, Mike, as we can see Valentin Barrier here coming to finish his... Actually, no, that's going to be his out lap that he's finishing. Jaroslav Honzik will be the first car to set a competitive lap time, I believe.
Yeah, let's see him validated. It looks like it's validated.
It is 217.4 for Jaroslav Honzik, and that's immediately beaten by Giuseppe Montalbano, so 216.5. So back to the point that you just asked me. I have been driving the BMW quite a bit, and although I haven't had the chance to drive it around Spa yet, my experiences at Laguna Seca and Monza have been very positive with the car since its BOP update, and I have noticed more and more of them. Ooh, and Giuseppe Montalbano was provisional pole. Was provisional pole, and maybe trying to find an extra couple of tenths there to try and maybe get the better over Mike Noble. And my word, that Lexus was travelling quick there past the camera as the FFS racing car has gone provisional pole. And you know that when Mike Noble is in the car, you're going to be expecting a challenge for pole position. But quickly to round out the point of the BMW, it has got better since its BOP update. I'm kind of hoping that the 2020 DLC with the BOP update that will ship with that, maybe, make it a bit more competitive as well, maybe iron out some of the areas where it does struggle on some circuits. And I'd love to see it a bit more represented, because it's a wonderful car. It's a great, the car looks great, and it's a very popular car as well. So, the more BMWs we can get on the grid, the better. But looking at Mike Noble here in the Lexus, another car that doesn't really get the love it probably deserves out here. And as we look down through the order of the grid, Mike, I think we only have 2 Lexus cars on the grid here today. I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think so. Unless there are any that haven't popped up yet, but I do not think that there are any more. And I'm not as surprised about it. I mean, the Lexus, while it is a quick car, that thing will rip through tires. And so I think that in endurance races, people generally like to... I'm going to interrupt myself for a second, as Vincent Erbich has just placed a lap down that was half a second faster than Mike Noble at a 2:15.5. I think it's the fastest we're seeing around Spa.
Do you want to ask me again about what the BMW is like around here?
I think Vincent Erbich just pulled that out. In fact, he has proved that this BMW is going to be fast around this track. I'm not surprised to see Vincent, of all people, placing this lap down, as this is an SRO driver right here. He's competed in the SRO AM, And to be honest, I think the SRO AM was probably the most competitive out of the three, because this was the split that people had to qualify in for. They didn't get an invitation for. And Vincent Erbich, even though I don't think he placed near the top 5 or anything in the SRO AM series, he was in a car I don't think that he was fully comfortable with as well in the SRO AM, just trying to give something different a run. But this is a quick driver.
I mean,
And
75% of the SRO AM field was Porsches anyway, so if you weren't in a Porsche, you were going to have a pretty hard time to begin with. But
true.
No, yeah, Vincent Ebrich, he's a fantastic driver, and a couple of people pointing out in the chat, 215.555. You couldn't really get much more precise if you tried. And, putting it up at the top there, Matthias Egger, though, in the 612, the Orion Race Team Mercedes, they're not going to let it sink without everyone knowing their name as well. And of course, like I said earlier, they were our winners at the 12 Hours of Bathurst. They've competed in every endurance race we've run here at RCI, and they've been on the podium for every endurance race we've run here at RCI. And, they're going to want to keep that streak going. That's for sure. And of course, Mike Noble as well in the Lexus. They're going to be hoping that they can, pull off a bit of a better performance than what they had at Bathurst. They had to start at the back of the grid.
Vincent is going faster, right?
They missed qualifying, and he is going faster. He's 0.2 of a second up, and he's going to set a 2:15.396 to exactly just over half a second quicker than the likes of Matthias Egger. And I'm pretty sure he probably lost about a tenth somewhere in that lap. So Vincent Ebrich can definitely go quicker, but qualifying time has expired. These guys will be coming around to finish their final laps of the session. And look at the names we have here in the top 10. Ebrich, Egger, Noble, Spears, Montalbano, King, Schumacher, McCauley, Barrier. So many good names. And I think Jaroslav Honzik has just parked the car towards the end of his lap, invalidated or got held up in traffic, I believe. So Jardier starting 11th as the highest he can start. So that's going to be a bit difficult for him. Joe McCauley is up by 0.3 of a second on his lap time at the moment. Montalbano up by another 0.3, 4/10 even, as he's making his way. He's halfway around the track at the moment. But Joe McCauley, who I believe is sharing a car with James Parker in the 888. And Porsche and Mercedes parked in the bus stop. That's not where you want a car to be, and unfortunately for Joe McCauley, that means he had to back out of his lap, and that compromised him because he was about 0.3 up. That could have thrown him into the top 4. But unfortunately, things just don't really work out that way sometimes, and our focus goes back to Giuseppe Montalbano, who finds himself 0.4 of a second up at the moment, could find himself 3rd on the grid if he can keep up this lap as it stands, coming out of Stavelot now and towards Blanchimont.
Yeah, he should hopefully be able to pick up a couple more positions. As Ryan said, 0.4 up. It just fell to 0.3, however, as he's now coming through Blanchimont completely. Unlucky by, of course, the other drivers there in the final chicane. But hey, incidents do happen even in qualifying at times. And it is what it is. Sometimes somebody gets loose, especially when they're out here pushing as hard as these guys are. Here he's going to come across the line, and he is going to make it up to the second row. Did not invalidate the lap by pushing wide there, and that is going to put him on the second row. Giuseppe will be P4 for the race as we transition over to the race at this point. 4 minutes and 50 seconds on the grid. Vincent Erbich taking the pole with that 2:15.3, I believe it was, Ryan. And I'm going to say that's probably one of the fastest laps I've ever seen around this track. It's just the question of, can he keep that pace up through the race? Because we know that Orion Racing Team 612 is just ridiculously quick in a race session. They have shown across all the enduros they've done, and the Friday Championship included, just how consistent and quick they are. It's a question of, it's a 3-hour race, though. And, a lot can happen in 3 hours.
Yeah, a lot can happen in 3 hours. We've, you've heard that somewhere before, haven't you? And, it's going to be, one of those races where it's not as long as some of the other races that we've run here, but it's long enough to the fact that you have to be thinking, think ahead of yourself. And of course, these guys, they're not going to be getting complacent. They're not going to be thinking, oh, it's, qualified at the front. It's race over now. And Vincent Ebrich and Matthias Egger on the front row of the grid. They are starting in the best location for the start of this race. But what they've got to take into account is that, there's going to be a lot of traffic in this race, not just because there are going to be some people in GT3s they're going to have to get past, but they've also got all the GT4s to navigate through. And Mike, I was having a look down the list and see how many cars we have here today, and I was thinking to myself, oh yeah, we've got a lot of cars. We have the extra safety car in there, which is obviously counted as an entry, even though they're not competing as such. And I was having a good look down there. We've got 56 cars on the grid. 56 cars, absolutely incredible. I think that's the most cars we've ever had on a grid in RCI, and you can see some of them on some of the pictures that we'll be showing you in just a moment. And yeah, absolutely incredible, those scenes where to see all these cars lined up here. I'm aware that communities have run other races with more cars in them, but obviously for a competitive 3-hour race, you don't really get that many more cars than this, or it's pretty difficult to do so. And that start, well, it's going to be interesting, isn't it, Mike?
I think it is, but something we were talking about earlier is that even though there's that many cars on the grid, we do have about half and half GT3, GT4, right? So even though there's 56 cars, there's really only closer to 30, give or take, between the classes, which should allow plenty of distance. We're used to running at Spa with anywhere between 45 and 50. This is a very big track. So I don't think that, above any track, that this one is going to be as much of a problem or anything like that. Especially with the GT4 cars, of course, on the grid. But hey, we'll see. We do have the new safety car procedures in place. I myself am actually driving the safety car, so I will find myself at the end of the pit lane after the grid has started, and I will be ready to eject myself out onto the track, as in case of a big incident. Everybody will line up single file, be able to pit, and we will do that for the first couple laps, just in case of big incident at the start of the race. Allow everybody to do their repairs safely and get back onto the track, and subsequently we will go green flag again after a couple laps. Keep in mind that we may still do decide not to do that. Basically, it just kind of depends if the stewards decide that it's a big issue or not in the end. And hopefully these guys will keep it clean, and we will have good 180 minutes of racing, which formation lap starts here in about 30 seconds.
Yeah, and for anyone thinking that those qualifying lap times were absurdly quick, track temperature was about 20 degrees, I believe, precisely. So that's really good temperatures for qualifying, and it's kind of like hot lapper's dream. Those kind of temperatures, we don't really see them here often, and you can see up in the top corner, it's 24 degrees at the moment on track 18, ambient optimum track, and of course just some cloudy weather in the sky. No sign of rain just yet, but of course anything is possible. And with the weather system in ACC, it does sometimes like to spice up everything. And Vincent Ebrich will pull away now, and he will get us started for the formation lap of this 3-hour race. And the only thing that I've got in my mind at the moment, if I'm Vincent Ebrich, pulling away from pole position, is that I'm kind of just hoping that I can get in front and get away at the start of the race, hope that there isn't a safety car, and kind of just, see if we can run our own race, get to the end of the first hour, and then assess the situation from there. It's never quite as easy as that, and we'll have to see how it happens as we go on in the race. A couple of people asking where is Giuseppe Montalbano disappeared to, because of course he did qualify 4th on the grid. Well, I can tell you that they had a disconnect on the grid, I believe, and that has forced them to the back of the grid. I think they're all the way down in 56th place at the moment. So that's rather unsettling for the car that put in a phenomenal lap at the end of qualifying to put themselves in the top 4. They've then suffered a disconnect in some form and unfortunately at the back of the grid now behind the GT4 cars. So they've got their work cut out for them already, haven't they, Mike?
Yeah, they do. That's going to be unfortunate for them. But, you know, realistically, a little bit of patience will go a long way in that regard. You know, the GT4s are, you know, anywhere between 20 to 25, if not 30 seconds slower around the track. So, you know, as long as they're patient, there is another car that's starting near the back of the grid as well in Bianchi. Not sure if that's he just invalidated the lap in the 340 Mercedes or not. But, you know, unfortunate for them, they will have to make their way through the GT4 field. But hey, that's how real life racing works as well.
That's Montalbano's car, the Christian Bianchi 340.
Oh, okay, different driver. So it's Michael Muthen in the 18 Nissan, then, if that's the case. So, yeah, so two GT3s in the back end. But, you know, I mean, hey, that's how real life racing works as well. If I remember from the, I think it was Sebring in the WEC last year, or 2018, one of the two, one of the LMPs got a penalty for a practice session violation, I believe it was, and he had to start all the way at the back of the field, weaving his way through both GTE fields. You know, I mean, in the end, the slower cars, you know, this is an F1. We don't, you know, GT racing doesn't require blue flag cars to just necessarily pull over. You know, the slower cars, whether that be a GT4 or a lapping or a lapped GT3 car, they're not required to just pull over or anything like that. They are allowed to race, but they are required to, you know, keep themselves safe and make sure that they're not causing any issues on track for the overlapped cars. They are required to, you know, basically seed the corner. You know, don't brake super late. You know, let off the gas ever so slightly early and just let the guy by safely. And, you know, the two GT3 cars at the back will have to do that. And then even then, after, what do we think, Ryan? I'm going to say 6 laps, give or take. The GT3 field is going to catch the GT4 field. If I had to guess, I'm going to say that the leaders will catch up at about lap 6 or 7. And next 160 minutes after that, give or take, there's going to be GT4 action all over the field with the GT3 cars. So these guys approaching the end of the lap. Let's make some quick predictions here. I mean, what are you thinking? Who are you keeping an eye on?
Well, I mean, they're not in a Lamborghini today, but I can't knock the Orion race team boys because they've been so consistent in every race they've competed in here. I mean, Endurance Championship, they're leading the way at the moment. They've obviously, you know, won the 12 hours of Bathurst. They finished on the podium in the 6 hours of Barcelona, the 3 hours of Nürburgring that we've hosted here, and of course they're on the front row for the 3 hours of Spa, so I expect them to be competitive. Will they take the win? I'm not so sure. The BMW of Vincent Ebrich, they were looking strong in practice, and I think they're going to look strong in the race as well. Watch out for the Lexus, though. Watch out for the Mercedes number 8 of Harry Spears, and of course Darren King and Martin Schumacher, of course, on the 3rd row. So many contenders here, but I'm going to put down the Matthias Egger team in the 612. They're going to be my pick for the race to watch out for, but do let us know who you guys are supporting as we are about to go green here for the 3 hours of Spa. Down towards the timing line, and we are green for 3 hours of racing here at Spa-Francorchamps, and it's a good start from the Orion race team Mercedes as they take the lead before Eau Rouge and over the top of Radeon. A fantastic start to the Orion race team, but they've got to be careful now as the straight line speed of that BMW is well documented, and Vincent Ebrich putting it to full effect right from the start. He's going to breeze past the Mercedes towards the end of the Kebble Straight, and he's going to retake the lead of the race on the first lap. 2 swaps of the lead in the first sector. And as I look at the map at the moment, I think everyone has got through very clean through the first sector. Yellow flag at the end of the Kebble Straight, but I think it's all got through nice and cleanly, but it's still Vincent Ebrich that leads into the second sector.
Yeah, Vince Nervich showing that strength at the start from PCDC Motorsports. Of course, that Orion Racing team is not going to want to give up, and that's GC Racing there in the background of that Lexus as well. These guys going just fighting tooth and nail for the start of this race. They're going to want to get out ahead quickly, because if they can't get out ahead quickly soon, like we were just talking about, we're going to be seeing traffic here in a few laps with the GT4 field. So you're going to want to get out ahead right away and get out in front. However, the 12 car PCDC Motorsports is still holding that lead for the moment, but there is no breathing room for him to slow down at all. Egger right behind him, Noble right behind him, and Spears, Darren King switching back over to P11. Now we're seeing the same thing back here. This is Dubell for the one of the esports teams, and these guys are out here ready to roll. Back in P11, Mark Whitford in the Bentley out ahead of them, and Harwood in the Mercedes back behind. And this Ferrari going to Blanchemont for the first time here on his flying lap is able to just kind of hold that line.
Oh, Matthias Egger. Matthias Egger made a mistake coming into the bus stop. He missed his braking point, and that's allowed Mike Noble to get past him. And what it's going to mean is that Harry Spears is now going to be alongside him coming down towards turn 1. And he's going to have the inside line. He's going to have the ideal line. Darren King in the Fordzilla Ferrari's looking interested as well, but that's a mistake. Towards the end of the first lap for the Orion race team, they find themselves now down into 4th place.
Yeah, 4th place. That's going to be unfortunate for him. But, I mean, in the end, Egger, you know, we know he has the strength. Look at that run coming up Radion as well. It looks like he may have cut the track slightly. A little bit of a touch there, in fact, in front of him for Spears. But I think that slowed him down just enough that he's not going to be able to have the run. Ooh, excuse me. Sorry about that. But we're going to see them come into the first chicane. He's going to have a little bit of the inside, but look at that little bit of a slide there from Egger, and he's just not able to keep a hold of it. These guys pushing so hard at the front of the race. Darren King, is breathing down his neck as well. That's Schumacher in the background for P6. These guys not giving each other any quarter, and these guys across the top 6 especially, they have gapped about 2 seconds back from Whitford at the moment. These guys are quick in here, and these guys, 612 Orion Racing Team falling back to 4th. That's a surprise. Mistakes made already, as we're going to dip back to the GT4 field. The Maserati has dipped back to P2. Gergo Panker actually for the dev team out in first there, Ryan. That's pretty exciting to see.
It is, of course, Gergo Panker, one of the Kunos developers, and does like to get in on the action of racing. And I tell you what, he's plenty quick as well. And, well, you're all quick if you're going to be teaming up with the likes of Jarkko Torvinen and Matt Samuel. But we're looking at Woolmuth here at the moment in the Cayman. He's had a decent start to his race as well. But, of course, he's been trying to fend off some of the action going on behind him. The GT4's always so close, but we have had a few people coming into the pit lane at the start of this race. A few GT4s and GT3s coming into the pit lane early, so obviously some damage for a couple of these guys, because they won't be looking to stop this early on in the race. And it's going to be very, very interesting to see how that plays out for some of these guys. We didn't really see any incidents, did we, on the first lap? But there was a yellow flag towards the end of the Campbell Straight, but I think it was only one car caught up in that accident. So it'll be interesting to see what the stewards have to say through all of this. Of course, live stewarding in place here today. And Harry Spears has managed to keep the Orion Race Team Mercedes at bay for now. But Matthias Egger, it's going to be looking like sooner rather than later, and that sooner might be towards the end of the Kemmel Straight here, but we await to see what happens further down the field as Martin Lawrence has got himself past Dubiel in the 501, but he's then got the Mercedes of Harwood in the 507 for company. There's GT3s coming out of the pit lane. It's all a bit claustrophobic at the end of the straight here, but are they going to cause contact? Ooh, just a bit of contact between the BMW and the Mercedes. The Ferraris avoid each other. And I think Martin Lawrence will finally have the place, but there's contact! Harwood and one of the Ferraris come together, coming out of the complex, and a couple of cars having to take avoiding action there. But it was just 4 into 1 doesn't go. And just a bit of a mistake here, I think, coming into the exit here. Just a bit of understeer from the Ferrari, catches the Mercedes, and of course his teammate has nowhere to go as well. A GT4 caught up in there to boot.
I believe that's the Maserati as well, if I'm not mistaken, that got caught up in that, or that could. It's hard to see from this angle, but unfortunate for the guys behind. I mean, they just had nowhere to go. Realistically, at that point, you can't fault them. Yellow flag waving directly ahead, but yeah, that 501 Ferrari, little bit of understeer, and that's what it can cause here. But unfortunately, hey, that's what the stewards will take a look at. I don't think that was too aggressive or anything. These guys are side by side racing at this point, of course. So it's good on them to basically keep racing. I mean, that's what we like to see. We're switching back to the lead now, and as I just noticed, I believe this is Spears back in third. I'm sorry, I thought he was out for the lead, but Egger going for the dive, coming into the final chicane. Little bit of a touch there, but there is Egger just sliding past and making it look easy. Darren King, follows him through as well. King's going to have the outside for turn 1 here. Spears going to be on the inside. I don't think Darren's going to have the run off the corner. That is a Mercedes behind him. So it's going to be difficult to outrun him out of a corner. But the Ferrari of Darren King does stay in 5th position. But there is Egger finally getting back onto that 3rd place. And we're going to see now if he's got the pace to just check out, because I think that he is probably a bit quicker than Spears. But, here at the Spa, you got to be careful, as we've seen the past couple laps. Small mistakes can really make a difference when you're this close in racing. And Schumacher here looking out ahead at this pack in his BMW 411 GC Racing number 3 team. And, you can see how good he was on the brakes there. And so, a little bit of just a couple tenths that he picks up under the brakes. And this is still a 4-car stack. The leaders are still fighting tooth and nail as well. And here is I believe our lone Lambo on the field. Nick Setna giving us a bit of a replay. Comes up Radion and catches the curb and throws himself into the inside wall. That is going to be significant damage for this Lamborghini, and that's going to require a pit stop, Ryan.
I've seen a Lambo do that too many times, and that's just a case of you've got so much fuel in the car is so heavy, and you're just expecting to be able to go completely flat through Eau Rouge and Radion, and the reality is in the Lamborghini you can't do that with over 100 litres of fuel on the car. It just doesn't have the ability to do so, but not consistently anyway. But yeah, well, Joel Forsberg, he's found that out the hard way. He's going to have to bring that car back into the pits and go again once it's been repaired. Tell you what though, up at the front, the BMW may have retaken the lead from the Mercedes, but I tell you what, Mike Noble's not going to let the BMW of Vincent Ibrich get that much further away, because the Lexus has stayed with the BMW all throughout the straights and been closing in the twisty sectors, and Mike Noble now has the chance to pressure Vincent Ibrich for the lead of the race, not even 10 minutes in. And we're already seeing the talent of these two drivers. They're well out in front on their own. 4-second gap to Matthias Egger behind. But of course, Mike Noble looking to take the lead of the race early on here. Vincent Ibrich will want to maintain that lead of the race. And it's BMW versus Lexus with 2 hours and 50 minutes to go.
Yeah, 2 hours and 50 minutes, and I think we're going to see tooth and nail fighting all race long here, Ryan. I would not be surprised. I mean, 3 hours is, technically this is an endurance race, but 3 hours is a very short endurance race. And these guys are just going to be going at it for 3 hours. This is just kind of a very long sprint race to these guys, especially these pro drivers, who are used to just driving a lot in general. 3 hours just isn't much of a race for them, and I would not be surprised just to see them continue fighting as we're dipping back to 4th place here. Here is P3, 4, 5, and 6, still nose to tail down the track, and I'm excited to see this. I mean, we're only 10 minutes into this race, Ryan. It feels like it's been about 45 in my book at this point with all the action that's been going on. The GT4s, looking at the track map there on the right, of course, there is quite a bit of fighting going on with them as well. They have kind of sorted themselves out similar to the GT3 field. But if we're looking at the track map, we are starting to catch the end of the GT4 field here in about another 2 laps, I would say.
And that is going to add a heck of a twist for these leaders and other GT3 drivers. It's really going to be about who gets to navigate the traffic best in this race. That is the awesome part of multi-class racing, is that you can really use traffic to your advantage, or if you get unlucky, to your disadvantage, or possibly you go for a dive on a lap car that just doesn't work out, and you could lose quite a bit of time and wreck yourself possibly. So I think that these guys are gonna. I think that's going to be the deciding factor here more than anything, is how these guys navigate traffic as we're switching back to a fight for P15.
Yep, so Bruce Addison in the 445 Ferrari. He's got Joe McCauley alongside him at the moment. Of course, Joe McCauley down in 16th place. Not where we're used to seeing the likes of Joe McCauley. And, ooh, bit of contact there going into the bus stop chicane. And the BMW going to be going a bit wide. Make sure he doesn't pick up a track cut for his efforts there. But he is going to be ahead of Bruce Addison as they come around to start another lap. Meanwhile, in GT4, by the way, Mike has mentioned the GT4s. Don't forget about them. There's a battle for the lead in GT4 Pro going on at the moment. Gergo Panka under pressure from the recently turned alien, Ondrej Dedicek, through assistance of James Parker. So McLaren versus BMW for honours in GT4 Pro. So it's great to see BMW being represented well in both the GT3 and the GT4 class. But I'm pretty sure Gergo Panka would rather have that BMW a few seconds behind him at the moment.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Gergo Panker out here in the front in this McLaren. I mean, I know he loves the GT4 cars, but he's going to want to put in a gap here, as you just said, Ryan. And at the same time, it's a situation of, we usually see Gergo Panker and the dev team fighting more for the mid-pack and pro. So I'm excited to see these guys out here. I know that they practice a lot in the GT4s, as they're huge fans of them. Gergo, in fact, just messaged me a couple days ago and was like, hey, when are we going to put on more GT4 races? He wants a couple of those as well. But you can see, look at that run coming off of the hill there. He gets just a touch of a gap coming down the Kemmel Straight behind that BMW, which is not easy to do, as even though this is a GT4 BMW, they still have a lot of strength coming out of a corner. But you can see that BMW getting a little loose there, as it looks like a GT3 car goes off coming into Lake Holmes and has, I don't know if he's got damage or what, but that is the number 4 car of Toulon, and that was for overall position that pass just happened. So that Mercedes may be having some issues, maybe had some damage, but we're going to have to keep an eye on this race, as I don't think it's going to stop anytime soon. These GT4s are just too stable for the most part.
Yeah, definitely. And we've had our first penalty dished out by the stewards, the 6-2-1. And I think that's the likes of Shane Thomas in the Camaro. That's in the GT4 Silver class. Has been given a 15-second time penalty. And as I have the report handed over to me by Daniel Oppenhuizen, who is our penalty report man for the day, he's told me that it was with an incident with car 86. Now, 86 is Herbert Froschel, I think, in the Alpine. So in the same GT4 class, but different category in terms of skill level. And seeing Mark Whitford there in the Braun GT Bentley, making his way through. And so the first penalty of the day being handed out to the Camaro of Shane Thomas. He'll be serving that when he comes in for his driver swap, no doubt. And just unfortunate, really, that he's had to pick up a penalty. Meanwhile, back towards the, upper end, I would say, of GT3. Noble, he's lost a bit of ground towards the likes of Vincent Ebrich. 0.8 of a second now is the gap. But here's Joe McCauley in 14th place, been making his way up through the field, and now he's got the other BMW 713 of Moore in his sights at the moment, and he's going to have to hope that Moore makes a mistake, or that Joe McCauley is just quicker on pace, because of course he's not really going to be blasting past that BMW, considering the fact that they should be fairly equal in straight line speed, barring setup changes.
Yeah, though I am surprised to see Joe McCooley back this far in the field at the moment. I mean, I know he had a little bit of an incident, but, you know, Joe is a very, very quick driver. And I would not be surprised to see him, you know, make his way up at least to the top 10 here, hopefully through his first stint. Going back to Alex Nunez here in P44 in one of the Mercedes for the GT4 class. Currently, Stefanello, I apologize, my screen is a little blurry. Stefanello there in the Camaro, in fact. In the Camaro, again, I feel like we mentioned this the other day, or the other day, but a little bit ago. The Camaro, not a very popular pick with GT4, just because it doesn't tend to have the best overall speed. But, you know, I'm excited to see a couple of them in the race at least, because I'm a huge fan of them. So we're seeing one of the GT3 cars do a bit of an overtake here on the GT4s. Of course, we did see that GT3 car as well go very, very wide in up through a Rouge Radion, and probably get himself a track limits warning. But we did just see the GT4 overlap behind him. You know, take advantage of the GT3 coming through, and I believe we saw the Camaro just get passed there in the background as well. But that is your race leader, Vincent Erbich, who was running wide and is passing the GT4 cars at this point. So we're currently on lap 7. That's about a lap off, give or take, for the GT3s to catch the field. But Vincent Erbich is carving his way through, and we can see that it is going to his advantage at the moment. Mike Noble down about 2.5 seconds through the last sector line there, Ryan. And again, I think this is going to be the deciding factor here. How well and how cleanly can you carve your way through lap traffic?
Traffic management is one of the biggest parts of endurance racing, and obviously you have to be quite good at it. Some of it is based on luck, a lot of it is based on luck really, but of course common sense between you and the driver that you're lapping is always an important factor when trying to get through traffic and working your way through. And as we say a lot of the time, it's always worth getting past someone safely rather than risking getting involved in an incident, because of course you could end up losing time or earning yourself a penalty. But Vincent Ebrich, he's managed to get through his first degree of traffic for now. He will still have quite a bit of GT4 traffic left to navigate, because the pack that he's worked his way through is kind of the silver field for the GT4s. So you can see that the pro field making their way over the Kemmel Straight and Les Combes at the moment. This is Martin Lawrence, also in a BMW for the Connection Lost Racing Team 404. And Mark Whitford behind them in the 126. And of course, these two names that we're very, very familiar with around here at RCI, and of course, you should be familiar with in a few other communities as well. Martin Lawrence and Mark Whitford being very, very quick in a lot of the different cars that we've seen them racing in over recent times. I think we've seen Martin Lawrence in an Audi as of late, haven't we, in the Endurance Championship? And Mark Whitford, I think, was in a McLaren at some point, if I recall correctly, but starting to make their way through traffic at the moment. And Mark Whitford's mistake that he'd made over the top of Radion, well, compromised his exit, and now he finds himself a bit stuck behind some GT4 traffic. The Audi there not keen to just move out of the way, and of course he has the right to stay on his line, and well, the Bentley will eventually get past as he continues to attempt to hunt down the BMW. But 20 minutes of racing just about to come to an end. Vincent Ebrich leads the way by 3 seconds from Mike Noble, then Matthias Egger in third. Harry Spears and Darren King round out the top 5. Schumacher, Barrier, Lawrence, Whitford and Henneberg round out the top 10 in GT3 Pro. And then, of course, in the GT4 class, Gergo Panker does still lead from Ondrej Dedicek and Maximilian Volmuth. And then May Tauscher is the leader in GT4 Silver.
We're seeing a little bit of a battle here for around P12. That's Joe McCooley going to the inside of the Ferrari here, and ooh, little bit of a touch there. Don't know if McCooley went for a little bit of a dive, or if the Ferrari just got didn't quite see him in the mirror with all the traffic around. But that is going to be another place picked up by Joe McCooley, now up to 12th. And as I was saying, I would not be surprised to see him carve his way up the field a bit. But Honzik now under the on the attack with the Ferrari as well. It looks like the 500 Ferrari here having just a little bit of issues with grip and pace, as there goes the Aston Martin by him as well. And that's going to be Honzik up to P13 overall as they're coming to conclude their lap. Honzik is going to be chasing down Joe McCooley. He's not going to want to get him to too far ahead before it causes any sort of problem. And we're seeing a couple more penalties go out here as well. The 39 car caused a collision early in the race. It must have been a big one, as the stewards have decided that was a drive-through penalty for him.
It was a collision with Joe McCauley. 888 collided with 39, and that's going to be penalty for the 39. So Jardia, not really good. And I mean, he hasn't had a good start to this race. He qualified around about 11th, didn't he? And that's of course meant that a drive-through penalty for him. Not really what you want to see, of course. Jardia, a really nice guy, and it's a really as we get the replay there. And just a bit of silly business going on here at the moment with a few of these guys. Not really navigating through traffic in the way they should be. And I get the feeling that we might be seeing a couple of penalties coming out for kind of little moments like this, Mike, where people just seem to be having a bit of trouble navigating through traffic, and they're having a bit of trouble dealing with cars around them. And of course, that goes both ways, of course, for GT3s and for the GT4s. So it's going to be interesting to see what the stewards make of all this action going on at track at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very busy track at the moment. Obviously, all the GT3s have caught the GT4s. I mean, if you look at the track map there on the right, there's not a single car on the Kemmel Straight at the moment. That's the back end of the field. That's the back straight. But you know, these guys are all over the track most of the race. But right now they're very bunched up. Correct myself again, it was the Kemmel Straight where nobody was at. So yeah, the Kemmel Straight, nobody's there for almost 30 seconds or so. A lot of traffic going through right now. And as you said, Ryan, you know, it doesn't matter. You're GT3, GT4. You are responsible for playing the track safely. Whether that means that, you know, the GT4 doesn't slam on the brakes in front of a GT3 car to let them by, or the GT3 car doesn't go for a silly dive on the GT4 class. You know, I mean, we see this all the time in you know, racing like the WEC and whatnot as well, where, you know, sometimes the faster cars will just go for a little bit of a silly move, and you know, it costs them. I mean, there it is right there, that Mercedes, that GT4, you know, that was, he took the inside line, let the Ferrari go on past him, and the McLaren, you know, went through as well. And I don't think the GT4 car saw the McLaren coming behind the Ferrari, and the McLaren, you know, just following the Ferrari through, caught a little bit of contact with the Merc. I don't think any damage there happened or anything, just a little door-to-door contact. But, you know, that's going to be, you know, the next 2.5 hours here worth of racing that we're going to see these guys. They need to be clean and be careful. So, there's another Mercedes bouncing off multiple walls there, coming up the straight. I don't know if Nick Setnick caught which Mercedes that was, but
that was Harwood. It was Harwood in the 507, I believe it was.
Yeah, so that's just, we've seen it a couple times already. You know, these guys just pushing so fast. There it is, Harwood. You can see all the damage on the front of that car. A couple times now, these guys have come through Radeon and just, you know, gotten loose. It is probably the most dangerous part of this track, and if you don't stay consistent, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, and you can see there the 507 completely wrecked as Joe McCauley continues to hunt down the Team TPR BMW. And there's a couple of questions being asked by Jardier's team. I've been informed. Greco, his teammate that he's got here for today, has apparently been asking why it was a drive-through penalty after they supposedly gave the position back to Joe McCauley. So that is a bit of a conundrum for us to unravel later on. But something that we have definitely missed on camera is the fact that Vincent Abrich is in second place. He's been demoted by the Lexus of Mike Noble, and now he's got Matthias Egger for company on the rear end. So that BMW has run into some troubles, maybe a mistake, maybe got caught up too much in traffic. But one thing that is, well, fairly obvious to all of us, is that it's a Lexus that now leads the race.
Yeah, but it's a Lexus with a driver named Mike Noble in the car. And, you know, it don't matter what car Mike Noble is driving. He is going to be quick in it, as we're seeing these guys, you know, struggle to carve through the remainder of the GT4 field here a little bit. There's going to be clean air coming out. But, of course, we didn't quite catch what happened on camera here. I'm curious to see maybe Erbich and Egger or Erbich maybe had a bit of a moment as he was gapping the field a bit there. And, you know, unfortunately has let Mike Noble through. These guys making their way through Sector 2 on the track and going to come out mostly into clean air. I'm curious to see if they can't catch that Lexus now. They're only about 2 seconds back, so I think it really just depends on how clean these guys can keep it. And, you know, let's check back in about a lap or so and see what that gap looks like. You know, currently at 1.91 seconds. This BMW is getting so good of runs off the corner. I would not be surprised to see that come down.
The BMW definitely very, very good out of the corners and on a straight line. And one of the things that kind of surprised me was how quick the Lexus of Mike Noble has been throughout this race. I mean, we obviously know that Mike Noble is a very, very quick driver, but obviously you can only drive to the limits of your car. And, well, the Lexus being able to keep itself within range of the BMW for whenever that chance to take the lead of the race came is very good from the likes of Mike Noble, and he has a 2.2 second gap now to Vincent Ebrich and Matthias Egger. Still there, still lurking, and we can see here now Martin Lawrence is making his way through some GT4 traffic as well, trying to hunt down the Bentley of Mark Whitford. Jaroslav Honzik has had to serve that drive-through penalty, by the way. He did unfortunately run out of laps before I presume Greco could get the answer to that question as to why they got a drive-through penalty for that. I believe it might have been because the position was given back a lap later. Now, obviously, if you do cause an incident and you know, you spin someone around and you're going to give the position back, you have to ideally give the position back within a sector or at least on the same lap. And I think the stewards may be just judging that giving back the position on the following lap is not really good enough etiquette, but we'll see if we can get a bit of a further explanation from that later on in the race. But Bruce Anderson at the moment in the Ferrari. He's making his way through traffic at the moment, and he's got Justin Hartkemper in the McLaren close on his tail as well. Justin Hartkemper, one of the drivers who drove in the McLaren Masters Cup here at Spa in the GT3, so he's very familiar with this car around this area. But of course, not everyone in McLarens today, so he may be a bit out of place for the likes of Justin Hartkemper. But he's got a very good drive coming over Radeon. In fact, better than the Ferrari. He was going to go to the left, can't find the space, tries to go to the right, but the Ferrari straight line speed is just going to be too good for the likes of the McLaren. He'll have to tuck back in as they find traffic at the end of the Kemmel Straight, and things will remain as is for 14th and 15th place.
I think the key word here, though, is going to be for now, as these guys are just shuffling all over the place. Currently watching this part of the GT3 field cut through the GT4 field, so you know traffic will play a role here as well. And just to check in on the leaders really quick, I just want to point out that I believe Vincent Erbich has indeed cut that gap down a bit to Mike Noble, so I'm curious to see how that comes through the next couple of laps. And now that they have a bit more clean air, but we're watching Hartkemper and Addison still kind of cut through part of the GT4 field. We do have quite a bit more GT4 cars up in front of them, but it's going to be another lap or two before we get up to that. But Gergel Panker, again, for the GT4 field, currently leading. He is gapped Dedicek about a second or so in that McLaren. And he is just doing really good to keep it clean, keep it steady, through the GT3 field, not lose too much time as they cut through. And this guy in the 570S McLaren is just doing really well. I'm very impressed with their performance so far. Currently watching, I believe that's the one of the leading Bentleys come through the field, and you can see just how cleanly they're passing Dedicek there, and we're likely going to see the Bentley slide on past as we get into Eau Rouge here. Not the best place to take a pass, but as long as the McLaren lifts just slightly early, they should be able to come through cleanly. Another one of the BMWs coming there, and you can see Penker just didn't lose that much time to Dedicek behind. I think he lost a little bit of speed, due to where the GT3s caught him, but just keeping it clean and keeping it consistent, and that's really what matters. And as long as they can keep doing it, they're going to stay out in front.
Michael Township leads the way in the GT4 Silver class, the 444. Doing very well at the moment. He's got quite a few cars between himself and his competitors. And you can see actually on the timing board there, the Maserati, which qualified on pole here for the GT4 Pro class, not really having the greatest time at the moment. They've fallen well down the order in their class. I think they're in 7th, are they? Judging by the timing board, there is the Maserati car for the Forza Italia Poland esports team. Bit of a mouthful, that name, but we will get it out eventually. And yeah, the Maserati, maybe a good choice for qualifying, but wow, that car is beat up enough as is. Only half an hour into the race, and that car's got plenty of scratches on the side and the front as well. So that GT4 been in the wars a bit, and it's not a typical choice that you'd see for a race like this, is it, Mike? I mean, we were quite surprised to see a Maserati here.
Yeah, I'm generally surprised to see a Maserati in general. I mean, we know that this is just not a very popular pick in general, because it's just it handles like a Porsche Cup car with even less downforce. It's kind of like the way I have had my experience with the car so far. It's a quick car, like you said, it can, but you really got to keep that thing under control. It has no traction control. And that said, look at that Ferrari just trying to carve through there as the 3 wide, just barely. The Ferrari barely able to clear these guys before they come into the chicane. But the Maserati is able to slide past the BMW of Crozen there. We can see that they do have some strengths, but that lack of traction control is really what's going to lose them, especially coming out of a corner. And you can see the BMW gets just that huge run coming out of the corner as the GT3 Mercedes behind is forced to slow down a bit while these guys are running side by side. And see, that Maserati gets just that touch loose. The BMW has to kind of dip his wheel over a little bit, and it gets him a little loose. But if you can keep that Maserati under control, you can really. Oh, there's the Mercedes again. The Mercedes actually caught the top of Radeon and threw himself into the wall in front of that GT4 field. We didn't catch the back end of that at all back with the 146, but hopefully the GT4 were able to get past cleanly. But Ryan Gill, lead of the race, and look who has caught up to Mike Noble. That's a Mercedes behind him. He's not quite there yet, but he is gaining. He's now only 1.44 seconds down. And, that was 1.9 seconds not too long ago. These guys are catching Noble slightly, but Egger has dropped back a little bit as well. We are approaching here, though, the pit windows in about another, anywhere between 15 to 25 minutes. We're going to see these first pit stops coming through. And I think that these guys at this point are just going to try and hope that they can continue to carve through the tail end of the GT4 field before they have to make their pit stops. Because there is quite a bit of clean air there. Not a lot of people down in the Kemmel Straight at the moment. So another couple laps of clean air, hopefully for them. And Noble's just going to try and stay out in front and hope the lap traffic can slow down Airbitch and PCBC.
Yeah, Mike Noble doing a phenomenal job out in front at the moment, as we can see Mark Whitford. He has. Has he been passed, or is he being caught by Martin Lawrence? I think he's being caught by Martin Lawrence here as the BMW having a look on the inside down towards the first corner, but no luck there, and he's going to have to try again. But of course, at the end of the Kemmel Straight is where he's going to be trying and going to have his best opportunity realistically to get past the Bentley. So we're going to see here how strong is the BMW as he comes over the top of Radeon now, has the exit from the M8 being good enough, or the M6, sorry, been good enough. I think it is going to be good enough because he's going to be right in the slipstream of the Bentley. He's going to pull out. He's going to have the straight line speed to be alongside. He's actually going to be slightly ahead as they come into Lake Holm, and that's a good move there from Martin Lawrence in the 404, and he puts himself ahead of the Braun GT Bentley.
Yeah, a good pass by him as well. That was a very clean little pass from Lawrence, and this Connection Loss Racing team is pretty good drivers overall. I mean, of course, we see a lot of these Connection Loss Racing drivers here at RCI. We have Macha, I believe, that races with them as well, and Dedicek, normally, if I'm not mistaken, Ryan. You can correct me on that. But, these guys in this BMW, the BMW is really showing a lot of pace here, and I'm pretty impressed with it. I mean, we've got, 5 of them in the top 12? Actually, one of them just dropped off, I think, in the maybe going for a pit or possibly a disconnect. P12. Yeah, I think that was a disconnect. P12 was a BMW.
Oh, there's big collision. Mike Noble and Vincent Ebrich have come together in the bus stop chicane. Mike Noble, he found traffic with GT4. And, this is just, you'll see it here on the replay now. There's the Audi, and Mike Noble goes to the inside here. Very, very ambitious. Contact with the GT4, then contact with the BMW of Vincent Ebrich. Vincent Ebrich didn't really have any time to react. Mike Noble just a bit too ambitious. Dive bombing the GT4, and, well, he's punished himself more than he's punished the likes of Vincent Ebrich and the Audi that he dive bombed, and that's going to put them all the way down to 7th place.
Yeah, I mean, from our angle, I mean, hey, we're not the stewards. We only see the one angle, but I tend to agree with you on that one. I think that Noble made a bad move onto the GT4 there. That is going for a very, very late move. GT4 already committed to the line. But, I mean, hey, I'm sure that we'll potentially see what the stewards have to say about it here in a moment. And I'm actually seeing Bart Macha for the 404 team in race control at the moment. So they may have had a little bit of an incident as well just a bit ago. We'll see what that comes to fruition for here in a few minutes. But, yeah, unfortunate for him. But we are seeing a move here for P3. There is Spears on the outside of Egger, and Spears gets the run coming off of the corner, and they're going to come down to, with him on the outside. He just slides on past. Egger is struggling for some reason there, Ryan. I'm really surprised to see this. This 612 Mercedes is what we expected to just be such a good drive out of them, and so far they're struggling.
I can tell you why he's struggling. He's got damage on the front end of that car. There is damage on the Orion Race Team Mercedes. You can see it in some of the close-up shots here. Look at that. Bonnet sticking up, dents on the front of that car. There's been contact with someone somewhere on track for the Orion Race Team, and Matthias Egger is going to have to try and bring that car back to the pit lane, because judging by the way he's going, Martin Schumacher's now trying to get his way past. That car needs to be fixed. He won't be going another 20 minutes out on track like that. He's going to move over, and I believe just let the BMW go in his best interest. He will do so. And I think that Mercedes is going to have to come straight back into the pit lane. But no, Matthias Egger
stays out. I think he's close to his pit stop window. I don't think he wants to pit yet. We know that this Mercedes drinks a lot of fuel, and I don't think that he's able to get into the pit stop yet. He'd rather lose a couple seconds a lap, I think, for a few more laps. I was just looking back at the game footage, and it looks like what happened is coming through Blanchimont, the Mercedes caught a GT4 car and just was not able to get on the brakes enough. He caught the back of the GT4 car just enough to spin himself out, luckily not taking the GT4 out in front of him, but he threw himself into the inside wall, and that has costed him that damage. So looks like that's what happened to Egger there. So, good on him to not at least pump the GT4 car off track, as he caught them in a bad spot. But, unfortunate for that 612 Mercedes team, as it will cost them, at this point, what are we thinking? Probably around a minute and a half by the time you repair the damage and everything. So unfortunate for them, but they're a good team. They're very consistent. I'm sure that they will come back out of the pit, and we will see them up fighting very soon. I would not expect to see them in the pits in about 10 minutes, if I had to guess.
Well, disaster strikes for the Orion race team, and their job made ever more difficult. As for GT4, though, Martin Ulrich, he's getting passed by, I think that's the GT4 silver leader at the moment, of Michael Tauscher in the 444. So one of the GT4 silver drivers making his way past one of the GT4 pros, and although he did make his way past the BMW M4, not really looking to make it that way for long.
Side
But
by
the
side
Mercedes,
through.
they're both going to be cutting Radeon. That's a bit cheeky. I get the feeling they've both probably picked up a track warning for that, but it's the BMW that will go back in front. And a bit naughty there as Jaroslav Honzik now looks to make his way past these guys, thinking to himself, okay, don't do anything silly here, guys. I just want to get through and be on my way. And Jardier will be on his way. But yeah, just a bit naughty there from both of those GT4s. Just not really respecting the track limits. But of course, the server will punish them if it needs to. And of course, there's not really any point picking up track limits for fighting someone who's not really in your class. And by the way, Matthias Eggert has come into the pit lane in that Mercedes. He's judged that the car is too badly damaged to keep going for another 18 minutes of this stint.
Yeah, I think that he's within his pit window at this point. That leaves, roughly 62 minutes or so out on the track for both of the remainders, plus whatever the overtime is, give or take. So here he is in the pit lane. It's a very long pit lane. You're going to have a very long stop in general. So, I think that he just needed to know, he knew he needed to wait 1 or 2 more laps, basically, to make the fuel window. That Merc drinks fuel. And still sitting in the pit lane, I mean, we see just how bad that damage is. So, 30 seconds to change the tires, add the fuel in, plus on top of that, getting that repair. If I had to guess, based on how hard he hit the wall, I'm going to say 20 to 30 seconds of repair as well. So, quite a bit of time going to be lost by them. But the pit window is open. We have seen a couple of the cars pit so far. Back in P19, P20. You can see that instead of a 2, there's a 1 next to their name. That means they have cleared one of the 2 mandatory pit stops of the race. And we haven't spoken about that so far this race, Ryan. 2 mandatory pit stops in this race that will require tire changes. That is because some of these teams are running 2 drivers and some of these teams are running 3. And we want to make sure that they stay on even footing in terms of pit stops. So each team, no matter what, will have to make at least a 30-second pit stop, which is how long it takes to driver change as well. I'm sure some of these guys will double stint for the first stint or back 2 stints on the 2 driver teams. But I think most teams will end up changing drivers on each pit stop as well, as we're seeing Bruce Addison here all over the back of the McLaren. Oh, so it's Justin Hartkemper on the back of Bruce Addison. Sorry. And there's Justin Hartkemper going to go down to the inside, and I think he's just going to slide past there. That just looked easy for Hartkemper. I think he's just a little bit faster than that Ferrari. And Addison was like, you know what? Go ahead and take it. I don't want to have to look in my mirror this entire time and fight you. But that's another Audi in his mirror now, and he's going to have to fight Davider in the 17 Audi now as well. But I don't think Davider's quite as fast as Hartkemper was, so I don't think he's going to make it as easy for him.
Definitely not. And I was just watching the likes of Joe McCauley there chasing down Mark Whitford in the 126 Bentley. Of course, Joe McCauley trying to recover from an incident earlier on in the race. And I think Joe McCauley, if he can get past the likes of Mark Whitford and move him up into 8th place, and that would have another BMW firmly within the top 8.
Yeah, so guys, looks like we potentially just had a bit of a server crash. We're going to go over to a standby screen for just a second. Hang tight for just a moment, and we will be back. Nick, if you can keep the standby screen for us, we're going to figure out what's going on with the server. But, downsides of having online racing here is that sometimes connection stuff happens. So give us just a second, and we will be back.
That's cool. That's cool.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have unfortunately suffered a server failure with the ACC server file, and we've spent the last 30 or so minutes rebuilding the server. And glad to say that we have got all the drivers back into the server, and we are now in the process of getting them all back into the order that they were in when the server crash happened. So we're working on that as I speak. And of course, we're going to be looking to hopefully have the race back underway in just a few minutes' time. So thank you very much, everyone, for your patience. Obviously, you know, I can understand it's frustrating as a viewer, you know, wanting to watch the race and obviously not really being able to do so when we have a bit of a failure like this. It's the first time we've encountered this sort of issue, so you know, bit of a learning experience for us, and we had to build the entry list to a degree. So do apologize for all the time, but we should be getting back underway with some racing very, very shortly. So we're going to have a safety car restart. So the Jag safety car that we have here, that was, well, fortunately didn't have to be used at the start of the race, is now going to get its time to shine. And we're going to be restarting with 2 hours and 20 minutes on the clock. Or, well, more closer to about 2 hours, 15 minutes left on the clock. So we're in the process of sorting the cars out on the grid at the moment. I can see the safety car getting everyone organized as we speak, and we're going to hopefully be racing very, very soon. So, of course, guys, if you are new around here, obviously do leave a like and subscribe if you are new around here, and you know, bit unfortunate timing, but you know, we're dealing with it the best we can, and we'll be back up and running shortly. If you know, well, we do have this opportunity. I will say a big thank you to RaceDepartment and AK Informatica. Of course, they provide us with some of the resources to be able to host these races, and of course, you know, they're a massive help with the day-to-day RCI stuff. And of course, a big thank you to Raceface and Next Level Racing as well. If you're looking for some driver coaching, you can check out Raceface Speed Labs. And if you want to get some new sim racing gear and rigs or stands, you can check out Next Level Racing. They do some amazing gear, and give them some support, because they help us do what we do best, which is hosting races. And I know we're not really doing a fantastic job of that right now here in the press pit, but we are doing our best. And I can see the cars getting into order right now, lining up. So we can see Vincent Ebrich is at the front of the queue. And of course, you guys got a black screen at the moment as we do figure all this out. But of course, we've held you guys on a standby screen for long enough. So I think it's, you know, it's right that we give you guys a bit of update information, see what's going on around the whole thing, and as to what exactly we're going to have going on. So all the cars working their way through into their correct positions, and we should be underway fairly shortly. But these things do unfortunately happen sometimes, and it's just the case of the ACC server system isn't perfect, and sometimes we do have to deal with these kind of incidents. So hopefully we can get underway as soon as possible, everyone working their way through into their respective positions. And we do thank all of you for sticking around here during this time, and of course spending your time here at Racing Club International TV. We definitely appreciate that, because of course, you know, there are a lot of other things that you could be doing with your time, and we do thank you a lot for sticking around, having patience, and wanting to see the last 2 hours and 15 minutes of this race see its end. And yeah, we'll hopefully be back underway as quick as possible. You can see the guys working their way through at the moment. All the drivers, of course, being as cooperative as possible to help us, you know, kind of get all this back up in order. And of course, big thank you to the drivers actually as well. And we'll be able to get underway as soon as possible. And without their help being as cooperative, we wouldn't really be able to get everything back underway as soon as possible. And we will be able to show you some of the images. And well, here are the images that we have. So you can see all the cars lined up on the Kemmel Straight. We're cycling them through one by one in the position that they were in when the server had its crash. So just making sure that everyone is in their correct position. And of course, like I did say, everyone being really, really cooperative and helping out a bunch to make sure that this is made as easy as possible by everyone. And you can kind of see a bit of the behind the scenes as to what exactly is happening here in terms of how we're getting all this sorted. So a bit of a sneak peek for you guys, and you can actually see that the car at the front of the little pack there. He's got a little bit of a gap in front of him. That is the safety car, the Jag safety car that we have, the Jaguar G3. Don't have any Jags racing here today, so it was quite an appropriate car to choose for the pace car. And they will be leading the pack when it comes to the race restart. So you can see a lot of the guys lining up towards the end of the lap. You can actually see on the little track map there. And yeah, we'll be seeing all of these guys lining up behind the safety car, which is currently at the end of the Kemmel Straight. And of course, once that's done, we'll be getting the race back underway as soon as possible. A lot of these guys have had to be a bit careful, make sure that they don't have any contact with each other, because of course the race is technically live at the moment. You can see the countdown timer at the top going down. So of course these guys have to be careful and not come into contact with each other, because of course they would cause damage on their cars. And whilst we're talking about damage, course, everyone who did have damage, that's been reset now. And, of course, anyone who was however many laps down, unfortunately, that's had to be reset. I mean, for some people, that's going to be a blessing in disguise, but for other people, they're going to not find it the most immersive or the greatest. But unfortunately, there's no way we can properly diagnose all of that and get it all done in a timely manner. So we are going to have a full race restart, but it will be single file. It will be behind the safety car, and the good news is that everyone will be in the position that they were in when the crash happened. So no one will be losing any places, no one will be gaining any places because of the crash, and we essentially have a bit of a restart. So see, a few of you are saying in the chat, RCI trying the best to line everyone up. Check Jardia's stream. Yeah, of course, Jardia having a look, and a few guys coming in into the pit lane. They're going to get tires changed, I believe, and this is how formation laps are done in schools, where you get points for participation. All good around here. And Vincent Abrich, stationary towards the end of the lap. And of course, he was the race leader when the server had its crash, so of course he will be the race leader when we get back underway. And see a few more of the cars there. There's the I think that's the GC Racing BMW there with the Mercedes of Valentin Barrier. You can see Mike Noble just behind them. So these guys sorting themselves out, and of course we're doing this as quick as possible, guys, but of course when you've got to coordinate with 56 different teams, it does take a while to get stuff done, and you know, we've got to make sure we get the order right. That's one of the most important things, and that's what we're primarily focusing on at this point in time. And I can see a few more cars making their way through past the safety car, and you can start to see everyone lining up right now. And for some of these teams, this is going to be a blessing, particularly the likes of the Orion Race team or Jardier's team, for example. And here is the safety car coming around now to make its way towards the front of the pack. And we'll start to lead around. So our very own Mike Jones will be driving the safety car around the circuit. Of course, he was commentating alongside me just a moment ago, but of course, as the main admin for this championship, he's had to step out for a moment just to try and get everything fixed. And of course, big thanks to Mike Jones for all that work. He's having to manage the safety car, rebuild the entry list, try and get everyone back up into their proper places, and you know, does a great job around here and definitely deserves the credit for doing so. So he's going to work his way through the pack at the moment, and he'll be leading us away for the start of the race. So we do apologize for all the delays, guys, but of course a massive thank you for sticking around with us. I have said it about 3 or 4 times now, but honestly, you know, it really does mean a lot to us, you guys having the patience to stick around here, to want to see the end of the race. And you know, we definitely value your time and the driver's time above all else, and that's why, you know, we were kind of concerned when obviously all of this happened, but yeah, and as you can see, safety car working its way through. Mike Jones improving his safety rating. Precisely, that's exactly what this is. We've got to get Mike Jones' safety rating back up so he can compete in RCI events. But here we are then. So Mike Jones preparing to lead some of the cars back around, and just having stopped for a moment here, but he will be getting back underway. So it will be Vincent Ebrich that lines up He will be first behind the safety car. Can actually give you a bit of a rundown as to what the exact order will be, by the way, guys. So it will be Vincent Eberich in first, Darren King second. Then it will be Harry Spears, followed by Martin Schumacher, Valentin Barrier, Mike Noble, not Mark Noble, Mike Noble, Martin Lawrence, Mark Whitford, Joe McCauley, and Peter Henneberg. Those are going to be the top 10 lining up. The rest of the order will be Hart Kemper, Addison, Davide Muthen, Dubiel, Honzik, Egger, Prochnicker, sorry about that one, Frosberg, Crowbar, Panker, Woolmuth, Zero, Tauscher, Dedicek, Ulrich, Jacola, Crozen, Felix, Keller, Sundstrom, Bishop, Zeman, Costa, Harwood, Froschel, Stefanello, Janssen, Nunez, Van Hixer, Pardo, Kramer, Thomas, Hardy, Santos, Wanzink, Agia Katsikas, Doobie, Brushi, Kopf, and Schilstra. So that is the order that they will be lining up in for the restart of this race. A lot of cars to go through, of course, about 50 cars in total. And they're going to be sorting themselves out and into race positions in just a moment. Of course, we had a few cars that had to go around and sort out their pit stops. Remember, because some drivers did serve their one of their 2 mandatory pit stops before the server crash. So what we've allowed those guys to do is we've allowed them to go back out, serve that mandatory pit stop. So all the pit stops are the same for all of the cars. So if they served 1 pit stop before the server crash, they've got that number back on the board there, and you can see that there with Romano Berenick in the 612. Darren King's car is hasn't actually done they went out and did a pit stop, but they didn't do a driver swap pit stop, so that didn't count towards their mandatory. Not entirely sure what that was all about, but everyone getting back into their orders, and we should, and I say should, be ready to go racing in just a couple of minutes' time. So obviously not ideal situation, but we try to make the most of everything that happens around here, and of course we will be doing our best to examine everything that's been going on with the servers, and try and figure out what the issue is, and obviously make sure that it doesn't happen again next time, because haven't had this issue occur before, and obviously, you know, we don't want this to happen again. So we're going to have a bit of a diagnosis post race into the server logs, maybe have a chat with the Kunos devs, see what they can tell us, and try and make sure that these kind of issues don't happen again. So Mike Jones continues to lead them around the field, and the 612 of Romano Berenick came out of the pit lane and I think went a bit too far up the road, so they're having to wait down near Stavelot for the rest of the pack. And you can see Romano Berenick there in the 612. That car, good as new now after the server crash, and they'll be glad about that, but they will be starting, I think it's down in about 17th place for that car. Yes, it is. The 612 starts 17th, just behind Jardier. So, brand new car, but they will be finding themselves back in their position in just a moment. This might be the fastest lap Mike Jones has ever done around Spa. I don't know about fastest lap. I can tell you it's probably the cleanest he's ever done around Spa. Probably not the fastest, as he was stopped on track for a few moments, but definitely a contender for one of the cleanest laps he's ever driven around Spa-Francorchamps. And you can see all the cars working their way around, looking at Mike Noble, of course, at the moment, in the 123 FFS Racing VH Lexus. Of course, they led the race at one point, but had a bit of a collision with a GT4 Audi, mostly of their own doing, and that dropped them back a bit. And just watching the order at the moment, just making sure that everyone is back into their positions. And judging by what I can see here, I have a little chart next to me listing off all the drivers. I think most, if not all, of the drivers are in their correct positions now. And the 722 working its way around. I think they'll be starting 41st. Cars might be fake, but the banter is real. The banter is always real here at Racing Club International. We always love to talk smack with each other. But 10 seconds time until the safety car pulls away for the start of the proper formation lap for the race restart. And here we go then. Formation lap start. The safety car pulls away and all the cars pull off into single file. We thank you all for your patience, but we should be getting racing underway at the start of the next lap. And, well, fingers crossed that the server is fine until the end of the race. Monitoring all the cars. So this is your race leader, Vincent Abridge, in the number 12. Your pole sitter as well. And of course, he's got to do the race start all over again. Will be single file this time. So it will be a bit easier for the likes of Vincent Abridge to start off with. As I think Mike Jones has just... has he just missed the apex there at Lecom? Not sure if our broadcast producer could catch that on the replay, but I think Mike Jones, maybe in his attempt to monitor the field, maybe missed the apex a bit. We are going to get a replay here, courtesy of Nick Setnick. Yep, there we go. Just a bit wide. Ooh. Maybe I was wrong about the cleanest lap Mike Jones has ever driven around here. Maybe I'm going to have to retract that statement. But anyway, so the safety car will start to pull away from the pack at the start of the final sector. So once they come out of campus and before Stavelot, the safety car will start to pull away. And then, of course, car number 12, Vincent Ebridge, becomes the kind of provisional safety car. In a way, he will dictate the pace. And he will obviously return to racing speed when he crosses the start-finish line. And I'll be specific in that. It is the start-finish line for the lap, not the start-finish line for the race start that you see. So not the start line that leads down towards Eau Rouge. It will be the start line that leads down towards the hairpin at La Source. As far as I have understood. So here we go then. We're into Sector 3, and now Mike Jones will start to pull away. And Vincent Ebridge will have to put his pit limiter on. And they'll be at 50 kilometers per hour, 30 mile per hour, basically pit lane speed. And we are almost ready to go racing. So the safety car pulls away. And now we are ready to see the restart of this race. So it'll be 2 hours and just under 13 minutes of racing to go. And actually, I've just been informed that we might actually be using the. Are we going to use?
Go.
No, we are live. Sorry, bit of confusion about that there, as Darren King and Vincent Ebrich are a bit side by side, but we are live again for the race. And here it is down into turn one. We're 3 wide into turn one, in fact, as we go back on to the restart. A few people getting some slow starts and some very, very good starts as well, by the way. As we come back to racing speed now, we are live. 2 hours and 20 minutes of the race will be left on the clock. And it is the likes of Vincent Ebrich which will lead us away, just as he did at the start of the first start, and we are officially back underway here at Spa for 3 hours. 2 hours, 19 minutes left of the race, and Vincent Ebrich leads the way.
Yeah, so a bit of a safety car procedure, but we do have the field green now. Apologies, still pulling up all of my video here, but we're looking at Jarkko Torvinen back in the GT4 field, who has, in fact, I believe from the look of it here, pulled out a little bit of a lead for the FFS Racing 3-2-1. Of course, Gergo Panker was in this car before. Jarkko still holding down that lead for them. Jarkko is probably their fast driver in the car as well, so glad to see the FFS team still holding steady here. And, you know, it's a very, reasonably clean start happening here from the single file. And, of course, the GT3 is going to have plenty of clear air here now, Ryan, as well.
Yeah, he definitely is, and, well, it's exactly the kind of restart that he would have liked to have had. And actually, having a bit of a look through the field here at the moment, Mike, I'm not sure if it's just my timing board has had a bit of an issue, but is Vincent Ebrich marked down as 54th position at the moment on the timing board? I'm a bit confused as to exactly what's happened there with his position.
I believe he possibly got teleported back to the pits. No, he didn't get teleported because he's still out on the track. He's showing effectively what seems to be a lap down for some reason, which, yeah, I'm not quite sure why, as I was piloting the safety car, and I know he was right behind me. So not quite sure what happened with that, but I'm sure the... this is not a normal thing for us to have to do this. So perhaps a small bug in the game or something like that may have thrown him back into 52nd position. So that's unfortunate for the PCDC team. They were having a very strong showing, but I'm sure that they will continue racing and just consider themselves where they're at, even if the leaderboard is not showing as such.
Yeah, so, well, it might not say so on the timing screen, guys, but Vincent Ebrich is the leader of your race, and he's under pressure from the likes of Darren King in the 38 Fordzilla. And you've got Mike Noble in second place. He's just made his way past the likes of Harry Spears, and moving up into third, and Martin Schumacher just behind them as well. A couple of people having penalties reapplied to them that they did have before the server had crashed, so making sure that those penalties are still going to be served. But of course, everyone back on the same lap now, Mike. It's a bit of a weird situation, but we have eventually got everything back up and running. And with just over 2 hours and 16 minutes left on the clock, it's good to see as Valentin Barrier finds himself under pressure from the likes of Mark Whitford, and the Bentley's going to be on the inside of the Mercedes. And he's going to get his way through as now Joe McCauley and Martin Lawrence start looming ever present behind the Mercedes.
Yeah, I mean, these guys, it's interesting because, like you said, Ryan, I mean, of course, we're stacked back up, everybody on the same lap, everybody, near each other, but I mean, hey, this happens in real life racing as well, right? Safety cars happen. People tend to maybe not get their full lap back and get to repair full amounts of damage, outside of the sim, but, inside of the sim here, not much else we can do with that. But, this is part of real life racing, is having safety cars. We're going side by side through Blanchimont here. Barrier there looked like he was able to hold that down. That BMW McCooley decided it was not worth the trouble going side by side and launch him, but now he's under attack from Lawrence, but is able, it looks like, to slide back in front of him. And McCooley's going to give it another run here. These guys all still basically nose to tail at this point. We have seen a couple people come in for their pit stops because, of course, it is roughly, you know, that 2-hour 15 mark. So a couple of cars have made pit stops and are going to cycle out. Some of the GT4 field, in fact, is currently on the Kemmel Straight. I believe 1 or 2 of the cars on the Kemmel Straight. So we are going to see a little bit of traffic here soon. But here is the battle for P2 in GT4. And this should shape up to be pretty good at this point because, again, they're back all on even footing.
Yeah, they are all back on equal footing. And, of course, with that, it means that a lot of these guys that had, you know, big gaps and damage and all sorts of stuff applied to their car, they now get to go again. And, of course, one of the teams that will be benefiting from that will be teams like the Orion Race team, who... they had an incident and, of course, had to pit for damage and all sorts of stuff, but obviously that car fully repaired now, and, of course, the same goes for a couple of these other guys now, so it's worked out kind of all right for some. A couple of people obviously be a bit frustrated with it, but look, things happen. We've sorted it out as best we could, and the main thing is we do still have a race on our hands, and you can see Maximilian Wilmoth at the moment under pressure from the likes of Marco Ripper, and of course Jarkko Tillvanen does lead the way in GT4 Pro at the moment, and looking to extend the gap that he has to the number 16 Cayman behind.
Yeah, he's looking to extend it, but Wilmoth isn't going to give up yet. I mean, you know, he's only a second and a half back, still plenty of time to make the catch up here as we're on board with Ripper behind him in this Chevrolet Camaro. You can hear that V8 is just so sounds so powerful. Yet, you know, this car just doesn't quite have the same amount of power as that Porsche does in front of him. So I think he's doing pretty good to kind of keep up behind this Porsche, while he's still kind of under attack a little bit from the Merc behind him. As you know, the Merc's only a few tenths back. You know, he's floating between 5 to 8 tenths, give or take. But you know, it's really interesting. The about top 6 or 7, maybe 8 cars in the GT4 field have, you know, so far gapped the rest of the field a little bit. As we dip back to the middle of the GT3 pack, Bruce Addison going for an inside move here, a little bit of a touch onto the McLaren, you know, sending Frederick off track just a bit. But they're going to go side by side down into Eau Rouge and cycle out single file. They know better. That is not the corner you want to be side by side in. But that said, Ryan, that is a 612 Mercedes behind them. I would not expect him to be there that long.
No, definitely not. Romano Berenik in the Orion Race Team Mercedes. He's taken over from the likes of, it was Matthias Egger, wasn't it, in that car initially? And I believe Fulvio Barazzini will be taking over the car later on in the race. And will be interesting to see how he does. But of course, out in front, it is still the likes of Vincent Abrich that leads the way, even if the timing sheet doesn't quite say so. Darren King in second place and Mike Noble rounding out the podium as it stands right now. But Darren King, he's starting to pressure the likes of Vincent Abrich, and of course, the BMW, who's probably getting a few blue flags waved at him right now, but of course he doesn't really have to obey them because as we're going to be counting it and as we're going to be measuring it and timing it, he is still in the lead of the race. So Vincent Abrich in the BMW does still lead. And you can see Darren King here now trying to get on to the back of that BMW as best he can. But the straight line speed, the power of the BMW means that the Ferrari is always going to be at a disadvantage at this section of the track. Even when he has the slipstream, the BMW will just gradually pull away from the Italian stallion, and Darren King is going to be looking for those twisty sections and those braking zones where he starts to catch up to the BMW. But of course, Mike Noble in the Lexus, ever present, and what a resurgence it's going to be for FFS Racing. I mean, down to 7th place after a little bit of an incident that they caused with a back marker, now find themselves potentially back in the hunt for the win.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, you know, they had that incident early and it cost them quite a bit, but you know, at this point, we are technically looking at the leader here. This is Darren King. Though that said, of course, we mentioned Vincent Erbich there, and the number 12 ahead of him in the BMW should be in P1 if the game hadn't sent him down to the bottom of the grid. So we're just kind of considering that he is the de facto leader, even if he's technically a lap behind. The drivers will continue to race as normal. Back in the midfield of the GT3 here, Frederick. This is a battle that's kind of been ongoing most of the race, to be honest. Frederick and Addison, we've seen these guys, fight off and on throughout. This is where we just saw the pass happen. Bruce Addison there, I believe it was last lap, kind of knocked the McLaren a little bit coming out of T1 and made that pass. And Baranek there in the 612 Mercedes, of course, as Ryan said, for the Orion race team, he's just trying to find a way past at this point. If I'm not mistaken, Ryan, I think Baranek is the slowest of their three drivers. Not to say he's a slow driver, but he's the slowest of the three, and I think mostly that just speaks to how fast Berrezzini and Egger are more than anything. But I think Baranek is just going to try and hold it down, get a couple positions if he can, and put his third teammate in a good position to make the final stint as easy as possible for them to try and make back up to the front.
Yeah, I mean, but to be honest, I mean, if you're the slowest guy in the Orion race team, I wouldn't mind having that title, to be fair, because they're all pretty quick, and it's no slight on Romano Berenek's shoulder. He is a phenomenally quick driver. Maybe he doesn't have quite the pace of the likes of Matthias Egger or Fulvio Berrezzini, but he can definitely pull his own weight, and he's showing that now. And going to be closing back in onto Frederich and Addison, of course, now up into 11th. I don't think Addison was that high up originally when everything went down. I know he was 12th place, actually, credit to him. So I'm thinking of another Ferrari, but doing well here at the moment. But in the bus stop, it's all getting a bit physical here with the McLaren and the Ferrari, just to say, trading a bit of paint with each other, but the Ferrari will maintain himself ahead of the McLaren. But Friedrich, he's going to be looking on the inside down towards the source. Is he going to have a move? Oh, there's going to be more contact between the two of them. The McLaren is going to be going through, and the Ferrari will be demoted down to 12th place. And now that gives Romano Berenek a little bit of a look down towards Eau Rouge, but he's not really going to commit to it down there. Thinks better of it, and he's going to say, well, I'll wait for the Kemmel Straight, but he seems to have lost some pace. And, it seems to have lost some pace, and now he's got the Lamborghini of Forsberg on the back of him. He's going to be on the inside, coming into Les Combes, but the Lamborghini not going to have anything to do there.
Speaking of which, Ryan, I just realized the Lamborghini, the 2-1 Forsberg, he was the one who had the incident at Radion, I believe, towards the beginning of the race. So, he's recovered from this safety car as well. The safety car period, he got back to I don't think he was quite a lap down, but enough that he was pretty far back and has since cycled out to P14 after his pit stop. So he should be doing pretty well after the safety car. As we're switching back up to the front of the field. This line has not changed. I don't even think the distance between them has changed, really. They're all about 2 tenths between each other, more or less. And again, this is Vincent Erbich for the PCDC Motorsports team in the BMW in front, who is technically in P1. Darren King in P2 that we're watching now in the Ferrari, and Mike Noble in that Lexus in P3. This is the battle for the lead, as we're going to see a little bit of a look there from Noble, but just not quite able to get the run down. Ferrari very, very late on the brakes, and that should slot them back single file as they come across, finishing their 8th lap of the restart here. And you do see the blue flag waving for the number 12 team, but they are not going to be required to move out of the way at this point. They will continue to race as they are on the lead lap. There's one of the Mercedes back behind. I believe that's the Mercedes of Verrier, perhaps, that we're seeing kind of in the background there a few seconds back. These top three are just flying, Ryan.
Yeah, they have checked out, haven't they? And well, Vincent Ebrich doing exactly what he needs to do, but now he's kind of thinking to himself, well, I have a Ferrari and a Lexus right on my tail now, and He's just going to have to do the best with what he has. Coming up to some traffic already. Is that the Maserati that they're coming up towards the back of? I believe it is. And, well, some of the traffic already having to be navigated here. It is indeed the Maserati of the Forza Italia Poland esports team.
Keep in mind, I actually found during the safety car period there are 2 Maseratis on the track.
Are there?
Yes, there are. So this might be the second Maserati that we're seeing, as we're seeing Darren King go for the move here. The lap traffic slowed Vincent Erbich just enough. Darren King goes for the inside, and he gets it. The Lexus is going to slide past as well. There goes Mike Noble sliding on past. Vincent Erbich gets slowed up by the lap traffic, and that is all King and Noble needed, and they slide on past. And that is Darren King up to P1. And, you know, I was thinking this before the race, Ryan. I talked about it very briefly. But, you know, Darren King, I thought that he was going to be pretty strong at this track. He's in a Ferrari at Spa. And I think that if he can hold this Fordzilla 38 steady, he should continue to do well. But Mike Noble, of course, was our, you know, probably the quickest driver on the track before the safety car period. And I would not be surprised if that, you know, the fresh tires on the Lexus now after the safety car period are enough to, you know, kind of send him up. But look at these guys just diving back and forth as they approach the chicane at the end of the track. Side by side, Darren King on the outside here. Will he be able to get the run coming out of the final corner? It's going to be a drag race down the start-finish line. Normally, we would see the Lexus have the power here coming out of the corner, but it looks like the Ferrari got the grip, sliding past the GT4 car. The BMW just in the background, not really knowing what to do, just hoping that these guys slow down just enough. And there it is. Vincent Erbich catches the Lexus just on the inside through La Source. They're going to come up to a Rouge. Who is going to give way here? No, nobody will give way. A little bit of a knock there from both drivers. The BMW taps the wall ever so slightly, loses the speed, and there goes the Lexus up onto the Campbell Straight. And that is going to be Darren King leading his first lap after the safety car. But I don't know how long this is going to last, Ryan, as here goes the Lexus into the first chicane.
Yep, and it's going to be Mike Noble taking over the lead of the race. The Lexus leads at Spa as they've caught a trio of GT4 cars at the back here. I think a couple of Mercs and a Cayman, and they're battling amongst each other as well. And Mike Noble's on the inside of another GT4 in a bit of a sketchy position, but he's going to make it work this time. The GT4's doing well to keep themselves out of the way, and somehow they haven't collected any of them, and it's all gone through fine. A bit of time lost for the Ferrari and the BMW. But my word, that was a bit scary indeed. And, well, Mike Noble, he got the move done, and he got the move done at the right time as well. Lexus does lead from Ferrari and BMW, and Harry Spears has gained some place out of that, or gained some time rather, out of all of that. He's caught up to these guys a bit as well.
Yeah, I just noticed, by the way, the 86 car just got themselves a drive-through for speeding in the pit lane. That was a car that I believe we were talking about earlier in the race. I'm looking back down. The 86 car is Frochelle. They're currently down in 46th, 47th position, so they've lost quite a bit since the safety car came out, and then subsequent get them a drive-through for speeding in the pit lane. So unfortunate for them. That is going to lose them even more time towards the back of the field. But we're currently watching Addison in the 445. This is Baranek beside him. And looking back to the leaders again, there's another fight going on for the lead. Yeah, I'm watching this myself. The 38 car and the BMW going side by side coming into La Source here. And we're going to see if this works itself out or if it goes disastrous. There's Darren King very, very late on the brakes. He's going for the cutback in that number 12 BMW, and now we see them side by side, but the other way. The BMW gets the run off of the first corner, though, because that grunt in the BMW just takes off out of the corner, and Darren King loses out for P2. Vincent Erbich now slides himself back up into P2, but Mike Noble is almost 2 seconds ahead now, Ryan.
He is, but look at the back of this pack. Harry Spears has introduced himself as well in the number 8 Fordzilla entry. And he's going to be looking to get past the likes of Darren King, of course, teammates at Fordzilla. But no real team orders going on here at the moment, as it's every man for himself right now. And, well, Vincent Ebrich did well to take that second place back. But you are correct, Mike. Mike Noble does indeed lead. And
Oh,
there's been contact! Darren King collision with a GT4 car. Not entirely sure. Couldn't really see because of the trees there. And we're going to get an instant replay here, courtesy of Nick Setnick. And we're going to see, do we have a bit of a better angle this time? It's one of the Camaros going in. And does Darren King... Oh, I think he just ran into the back of him.
But yeah, it's hard to see. But I think the Camaro slowed a little bit more than the Ferrari thought he was going to.
Well, unfortunate for Darren King, that drops him off the podium. Reminder that Vincent Ebrich's correct position is not really being displayed at the moment on the timing board. So wherever Vincent Ebrich is, everyone else is essentially a place further down. But this man in front, his timing board is correct, and he is in first place. And he's in first place by 4.6 seconds now, Mike Noble. This restart has gone so well for the FFS Racing team, and, well, they still have 2 stops left to do. It's looking good at the moment for the Lexus out here at Spa. Just under 2 hours of racing remaining.
And speaking of the FFS Racing team in the lead in the GT3 field, the FFS Racing team also leads the Pro GT4 field. Jarkko Torvinen has absolutely checked out from the GT4 field as well. Currently overall in P24. Here he is on screen now. 5 seconds ahead of Marco Ripper behind in the 721 Camaro. And, this FFS team for GT4, this also includes at least one of the devs. I'm not sure of who their third driver is offhand, but I know Gergo Panker is racing with them. So we got Gergo Panker, Jarkko Torvinen, and
Matt Samuel.
Matt Samuel. Thank you, Ryan. So, yeah, Matt Samuel driving with these guys as well. And, these guys, Gergo did so well to keep a hold of this McLaren through the first stint. Stayed out in front the entire time. And now they've put Jarkko Torvinen in the car. Now, Torvinen is, one proper alien-level driver. He is quick, and it is showing here. Panker was, ahead of the field, but didn't gap them quite this well, and Torvinen has subsequently just checked out. Here's Ripper back in P3. This is the P2, 3, 4 battle for GT4, which is really the one that we're going to see, I think, go off in the GT4, because Torvinen is gone at this point. And speaking of being gone, Holzreiter in the 444 for Mercedes GT4, that's your silver class leader in GT4 as well, even though they're marked as AM there. He has checked out from the rest of the field in his class, so he is still fighting for the overall GT4 positions. Not doing too bad. 5th place overall with that. He's done pretty well. Also, I just realized, Ryan, I haven't checked the race control report yet. They haven't passed us out a note, I don't think. Maybe they've given one to you. But I just noticed the number 12 of Vincent Erbich has gotten himself a 15-second penalty at some point since the virtual safety car.
He has, and I can tell you what exactly that is. It's for collision with car 123 at some point, so that's the leader, Mike Noble's Lexus, on lap 16, turn 19. So, yeah.
Before the restart. Before the safety car, that was a penalty given to him, and it was just re-given to him, I guess. So, yeah, we didn't catch that before the virtual safety car, as we're currently watching him on screen carve through the field. He has caught the leader of the race again, so that is Mike Noble there ahead of him. So Mike Noble struggling with the traffic a little bit, but either way, Vincent Erbich going to lose 15 seconds on his next pit stop. So unfortunate for him. Here's Mike Noble on your screen in the 123 FS Racing VH Lexus, and that's the BMW blue and white behind him of Erbich. And Darren King is falling back a little bit. He is actually passed by Spears at this point. I believe we missed that on screen, but Spears is almost 4 seconds back, and Noble and Erbich are really flexing their guns at this point and just trying to get down the pace. But obviously, Erbich will fall down to at least P5 or 6 when he makes his pit stop. I'm also kind of curious what happens with pit stops here, Ryan. Obviously, these guys are on now fresh tires because of the safety car. They still have 2 pit stops remaining, though. What do you think the strategy is going to be?
Strategy is going to be interesting because not everyone's in the same scenario. A couple of drivers still have pit stops. They've served pit stops already, and some of these guys haven't. And it's all going to be a bit confusing, I think. But for the guys that, say, for example, Mike Noble out in front, they still have 2 mandatory pit stops to do. He still has to switch over to his teammate Andre Franker. I think, you know, they're just kind of, they're going to play it as well as they can. I think, you know, with 2 hours 20 on the clock that we had, I'm just thinking to myself at this point in time, would I go for you know, just keep sticking to the 1 hour stints kind of thing, and then just kind of figure it out at the end? Or, you know, are they going to try and separate it up a bit more? Maybe do 40, 47, 48 minute stints, you know, try and equal it out a bit more. I don't entirely know what the correct call is, but I think there's a possibility. I think there is the possibility that we could see a couple of these guys maybe try to do a mandatory stop with no tire change, if that's allowed. But I'm sure you'll correct me on that one.
Yeah, it is definitely not allowed. You do have to make that mandatory tire change. As we've seen, Bianche hard on the brakes into the final chicane here, trying to get past. Oh, and there's contact with the 445 of Addison there, and contact behind them as well. One of the Mercedes gets sent off, and it looks like the Ferrari is just going to take that opportunity to dive into the pit lane. But that is Bianche late on the brakes, and you know, it's hard, again, it's hard to see from our angle. The stewards will have to take a look at it, but I want to say that the Merc he probably caused that problem there. Addison just, you know, he was holding onto his line. The Merc overshot slightly, and unfortunate for him, luckily he was able to dive into the pits and make his mandatory stop. So not too much time lost here for Addison, but the stewards will have to review the Mercedes problem there in a minute. You see one of the GT4s, I think, go wide off the track. That is one of the Mercedes. Goes wide off the track. Perhaps the back marker just decided he was just going to get up out of the way as there was a lot of cars coming. But this is that 404 connection loss team now chasing down the likes of Yaroslav Honzik. And that's not something we see very often. But again, Jardier in this Aston P8, I think, is very interesting. You know, he's doing his normal Jardier thing, right? Where he's fast, but he's struggling with it.
He is fast. I mean, you'd be hard pressed to convince anyone otherwise. But just something I did notice: Darren King has gone into the pit lane, and the number 38 Fordzilla coming out, probably going to be around about 20th place, I imagine, at the moment. So Darren King taking the courtesy to go into the pits, get that tyre swap done. Of course, like you said, doesn't need to change drivers. And I think he was supposed to be driving with Sean Arnold, but I believe that's been subbed out for, is it Kieran Prendergast here today? I'm not entirely sure. I will keep you up to date as the driver swaps do happen. It is, okay. So yeah, so Darren King, and he has swapped over to Prendergast actually. It has now shown up on the timing screen. So Kieran Prendergast takes over the number 38 Fordzilla car. And they carry on their way, and they did come out in 20th place. A few people had them with some penalties they need to sort out, but not looking too bad at the moment.
Yeah, not too bad. And here is Prendergast on screen now. So he has plenty of clear air here. I think that might have been a calculated move. I was expecting these guys to just split this remaining time a little bit more evenly, since they do have to make the tire changes, but you know, Prendergast here in the Fordzilla team, now out in the car with about an hour 50 to go. One more stop remaining. This Ferrari does do pretty well on tires. So, you know, I imagine that they can pit a little earlier than, say, you know, a Lexus or a Lamborghini or something that is a little worse on tires. And plenty of clear air here that he can just go sprinting. I mean, he's got almost a third of the track or so, maybe a quarter of the track before he's going to catch traffic. So this should put him in a good position overall, I think. Going back over to the battle with Bianche here in the 111 Mercedes. You know, this is the man who potentially is going to get a penalty. We're going to see what the stewards will say at some point for potentially sending Addison off track. But again, we are not the stewards, we're the commentators. We try not to make that call ourselves.
Yeah, we definitely don't, and I'm kind of glad I'm not in the steward's box here today. It's probably been quite the ordeal. But as we see Christian Bianchi working his way around the circuit at the moment, I think he's teamed up with Giuseppe Montalbano for this race, and they actually started right at the back of the grid originally when the race did get underway. Qualified 4th, had a disconnect, started at the back, and well, now they find themselves up in 9th place, but like you said, probably under investigation for an incident, so that's not going to go their way most likely. But we'll await to see what happens with that. Meanwhile, Mike Noble does still lead out in front. And judging by trying to just find where everything is, all the timing boards are a bit messed up at the moment, but the likes of Vincent Ebrich
right behind him,
in 2nd place behind him, and of course Harry Spears in 3rd place. James Parker, by the way, I've just noticed in the 22nd place in the Triple A. They haven't had a good restart to this race. They were in the top 10, I think they were at the time of the restart.
Yeah, the 888 car, I can verify that really quick. Look at the 888 were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9th. They were 9th place, in fact. So they have not had a good restart, as you just said, Ryan. Have they made their pit stop?
Possibly? They have, because Joe McCauley restarted the race and James Parker took over the car, so that could be the reason.
Yeah, because, I mean, if we're looking at Prendergast, for example, he just made his pit stop, slotted out in 20th, right? So James Parker's only about, what is that, about 6 seconds or so behind where Prendergast was at. So I actually think James Parker has made up time in this race. He's just happened to have made his pit stop a bit early. But James Parker's currently shouting down the back of the Bentley in front of him. He wants Jordan Grant Smith over with so he can get up and fight Prendergast, as Prendergast was in P4 before made his pit stop. He'd fallen down a bit, but here we go out of the final corner. Both of these cars pretty good off the corner, but they're going to come into La Source, and I want to say James Parker may have the advantage here if he can get the grip coming out of the corner. He's going to go for a little bit of the cutback and hope to get on the power early, but not quite this time. But James Parker will be patient. He will know when to make his move. Probably one of the best drivers we do have here. And we got quite a few drivers in this race that we could consider to be, some of the best that race around not just RCI but other ACC communities. But James Parker, of course, is an excellent driver. Grant Smith going defensive off the end of the Kemmel Straight, but there goes James Parker down into the first chicane here off the Kemmel Straight. He's going to hold the inside, slide a little bit of a door-to-door contact there, but he is able to slide past. I'm going to say that door-to-door contact, just a little bit of Rubbins racing, but the Bentley going for the outside again. This is not a great corner to go around the outside of here, but we're going to see if he can hold on to it. He cannot. James Parker slides himself back up into P21 there, Ryan, and I think at this point, if I'm going to be honest, I think James is going to check out and go chasing after Prendergast.
Yeah, I mean, James Parker in the Triple M making up some places, and like you said, he's going to be trying to make up as much time as possible. Could potentially be running in the top 5 once all the pit stops and that start to work their way out. But we'll have to see where exactly everyone finds themselves towards the end there, and a bit of traffic now coming the way of Jordan Grant Smith, and unfortunately just going to get caught up behind that Aston Martin and lose some time. Meanwhile, Mike Noble, he's still got the likes of Vincent Ebrich for company, and he'd probably rather be hoping that BMW would have tailed off by now, but it seems that despite Vincent Ebrich being well down the order on the official timing sheet, he's not going to drive like it, and he's going to keep going as fast as he can.
Yeah, Vincent Ebrich isn't going to give up. He's like we were talking about earlier in the race, he's probably one of the better drivers. Again, we were just talking about James Parker, but same thing for him. Vincent Ebrich, he was in SRO AM. I know actually recently he had a bit of an accident off of his bike in real life, and caused some damage and out to himself. And I'm glad to see that he is successfully recovered and is back racing. As I know Marcus Lawrence, who is his teammate, currently not in the car, as well as the rest of the PCDC team. They messaged me, I believe it was before the 12 hours of Bathurst, and said that happened, and it kind of hit me. PCDC was one of the first communities that I affiliated myself with when I started racing here in ACC. Great bunch of guys, and Vincent Airbich is a very, very quick, very safe, and very consistent driver. So glad to see he's recovered and back out on the track. But Mike Noble staying out ahead of him so far. This 123 FFS racing machine is just showing its strength in that Lexus. Even with the slipstream, the BMW has caught him a bit, but just not quite enough to make much of a difference coming in. We have seen them, just fight back and forth, losing a 10th here, losing a 10th there. Both of them showing strength in different parts of the track. But here we are back with Yaroslav Honzik, also known as Jardier. You guys can catch his stream on YouTube as well under the Jardier. He'll be streaming himself. Great guy. Always got a smile on his face, and even though he's back in P5 instead of the podium positions that he might normally be in, I'm sure he's got a big old smile on his face as he's still fighting his friends. He's got Barrier out in front of him. Jardier and Barrier, good friends, and I'm sure all of Jardier's focus at the moment is just chasing down him, as well as Darren King. The three of those guys race together pretty often. Of course, Jardier racing for his Jardier community team rather than Yasid or FFS Racing today. But it's always good to see Barrier, Jardier, and King kind of fighting each other on track, Ryan. Even though technically King's team is not slotted into position on track at the moment, it's because they've made their pit stop, but they're roughly on the same overall track position once the pit stops have worked out. And all of these guys have had reasonably clean air. The GT4 field has kind of cycled themselves out throughout the track now that we're about, what do we get, about 25, 30 minutes back into the race now?
Yeah, of course, we started with 2 hours 20 left on the clock, and now with 1 hour and 43 exactly remaining. We have gone through almost 40 minutes of racing since the restart, and oh wow, 40 minutes of racing, that's gone by fairly quickly, hasn't it? But looking down towards the final chicane just for a moment, as we're looking at Martin Schumacher on the stream, I think Valentin Barrier just got held up a bit by a GT4 Camaro, and that's kind of just allowed Jardier to close up to the back of him, and maybe a look for the Aston Martin on this lap. But Martin Schumacher running well at the moment in the 411 BMW. A lot of the BMWs doing very well here today, it has to be said. We don't have too many of them in the GT3 class. I think we have 4 of them in total, and at one point we had all 4 of them running in the top 10. So BMW definitely earning its rent around here.
Yeah, I'm just counting the grid right now. So we have 1, 2, 3, looks like 5 BMWs in total. One of them looks like they're struggling a bit. They're about an overall P41 behind some of the GT4 field, in fact. So not doing too well back in the back there. But here's another one of the Lexuses. This is one of the GC racing cars, Tobias Geider, who's currently being chased down by... maybe that's a lap car behind him. Yeah. Oh no, that's. I'm sorry. That's a path. The timing screen is not updated yet. That's Forsberg in the background there. There's the timing screen update as we see Mike Noble slot down. The leader, is actually in the pit lane, sliding back down, and we can see how close these cars are. As he is so far almost down to P16, it looks like, and he is still in the pit lane. But Geider has made up a position. These GC racing teams showing their strength today. Overall, I think they're all in a Lexus today as well, if I'm not mistaken, Ryan. But these guys in the Lexus at Spa, I'm always happy to see a Lexus because I think they're great cars.
Martin Schumacher is part of GC Racing, and they're in the BMW. So not all of them in the Lexus. They are running 3 teams though. They've got GC Racing 1, which is the Lexus. GC Racing 3 is the BMW. It's escaping my head now as to which car is the second one. I will do a quick rain check on that one, and get that information. Get that information back to you. But yeah, Harry Spears into the pit lane. Mike Noble, by the way, handed over the car to the likes of Andre Franke, who has come out 17 seconds ahead of Kieran Prendergast. So, fair to say that the Lexus has quite a sizable gap over the likes of Darren King's and Kieran Prendergast's number 38 car now. I think that car probably got caught up in some traffic, and seems to be one of the benefits that Mike Noble had whilst he stayed out on track. Is he did have quite a bit of clean air, and it looked like Prendergast had a lot of clean air when he came out, but of course that all seemed to disappear rather quickly.
Yeah, I mean, when Prendergast came out of the pit, he had plenty of clean air. We about a quarter of the track that he had, but you still catch people. I mean, if you look at the track map there on the right, besides for the very end of the Kemmel Straight right now, through about this section, that's the only section that doesn't have a GT4 car on it at the moment. And these guys continue to spread themselves out as we get back to Mikael Sundstrom here. Speaking of the GT4 field, one of the BMWs cutting through that car now, but that is one of the other GT4s fighting behind him, and look at that run coming out behind. Who's going to be able to get the advantage coming into the final chicane? It looks like that the car behind had to slow down just enough that Sundstrom is able to get on the brakes and get into the final chicane and lead one more lap. It looks like they're in about P6 in the GT4 field. But that is an AM car behind him as well, I believe, unless no, it looks like the timing screen is incorrect on that one. Unless that's the Maserati behind. The timing screen updates at some points when it wants to, but yeah, Sundstrom still overall P6 in the GT4 field. Some of the pit stops coming in for GT4. Dedicek and Sazakola both in the pit lane. At about an hour 40 to go. Here's another one of the GT3 cars on by. So here's Martin Schumacher in the pit lane as well, Ryan. So the leader of the race, well, the de facto leader of the race, is into the pit lane, and more of these guys coming in.
Yeah, more and more of them to serve those mandatory pit stops, and it'll be interesting to see which strategy ends up being the correct one. And, well, now Martin Lawrence takes over the lead of the race in the BMW. We've had, we've had 3 different BMWs leading the race up until this point now, with the likes of Vincent Ebrich, Martin Schumacher, and now Martin Lawrence as well. So BMWs showing strong out here at the moment, but I think the provisional leader, once all the pit stops are said and done, is going to be Andre Franke in the 1-2-3, or it will be the number 12 of Vincent Ebrich. I'll have to see what happens when they come in for the pit stop. And actually, as I say that, Marcus Lawrence has taken over the 12 car for them now. So Marcus Lawrence, another very, very quick driver for PCDC Motorsports, takes over, and I'm sure Vincent Ebrich can finally have a bit of a rest for now, as Marcus Lawrence will be taking the reins. And the race, not really going to plan for a lot of these teams, and the ebb and flow has changed a lot, but well, we're still here, an hour and 37 just under to go. And as it stands right now, provisional race leader is Martin Lawrence, followed by Frederich, Henneberg, Bianchi, and Geider to round out the top 5. But of course, all of those still have a pit stop more to serve than the guys behind them.
Yeah, at least one more pit stop that these guys will have to do. There's a couple of cars that had made all of their pit stops before the virtual safety car and the restart had to happen, but they were way back to the back of the field because of damage. So most of these guys will have at least one pit stop, and a lot of the guys that are technically out in front at the moment will have 2 pit stops even. So that's Darren King that he's fighting down Vincent Erbich, and then we're fighting down through the Kemmel Straight at the moment. Here's Martin Lawrence, who is the temporary leader of the race for the Connection Lost Racing team. I would not be surprised to see these guys come into the pit sometime soon. And speaking of which, there we go. Martin Lawrence into the pit, and you can see on your timing screen there on the left, it is the top 5 drivers who have not made their pit stops yet. A couple of the other ones as we sort through the field as well. P10, P11, both have also not made their pit stop. But here's Martin Lawrence in for one of two mandatory pit stops. Looks like they're going to try and break this up pretty evenly across their stints. And here's the man who has not made his pit stop. He is the only one who has made his pit stop, and he's out in front.
I was about to mention, Mike. I was going to say, hear me out a second here, right? Hear me out a second here. Forsberg will be in the lead of the race at some point when all the guys in front pit. Assuming he doesn't get passed by Cody Pride in the 507, who is starting to pressure him at the moment. But we'll ignore the Mercedes for now. We'll focus on the present, which is that Forsberg is ahead. And he's the highest placed car that has not got 2 pit stops remaining. He's only got 1 remaining.
I'd like to point out really quick that he is near the end of his stint. He made the pit and started after the virtual safety car in P19.
I will retract my point about getting excited about a Lamborghini potentially leading the race, and I will continue back onto the fact that Christian Bianchi now leads the race in the 111 Mercedes, considering the fact that Martin Lawrence has now pitted. And I think Friedrich and Roche have come... Oh no, Roche is taking over the 404, but Friedrich has come in as well in the 463. So changes going on in those cars as well, and my hopes and dreams of seeing a Lamborghini on the podium here at Spa have maybe just dwindled and died, but hopefully they'll come back. Has Mike got any good news for me?
Yeah, so hear me out for a second. It's not necessarily good news, but it's not bad news either. So regardless of what happens here, Forsberg did make up a lot of time in that virtual safety car, right? Even though he is getting to the end of his stint, there are still cars around him that still have to make a pit stop as well, right? He's really going to have to stretch the tires out. If he can stretch the fuel out and make it another 20 minutes before he has to pit, which is possible, that means that they only have to do a 70-minute pit stop. They're going to be at a disadvantage because of the early pit stop, but they picked up so much time with the virtual safety car that there is potential there for him to, potentially even make it up into the top 5, maybe the top 10, right? So I don't think they're necessarily out of the realm of being able to get to that, at least finishing in the top 10, as we're seeing the battle here for P15 going on. This is Peter Roche with, I believe that's Ericsson directly on his tail, and there's another car joining the fray as well. That's the Bentley of Grant Smith. He just kind of forced his way in there, and Grant Smith is now just going for the double pass. He is just muscling through those 2 cars. He made it look like that they were driving GT4s, but keep in mind, this is 3 GT3 cars. I mean, that's just ridiculous. The Jordan Grant Smith, he's just making up those positions, and good on him. But James Parker, who's the one we saw him fighting with earlier, by the way, he has already carved his way through this field and gapped him a little bit. James Parker's up to P13 overall, Ryan. So good on him to make up those positions that they lost earlier. Here he is on screen momentarily for the moment. He's not too far behind Prendergast now. And of course, Prendergast was the one who was up near P4, P5 before he made his pit stop. So I think Parker's making up time as well.
James Parker definitely making up for lost time, but look at who he's got behind him. It's none other than Greco Makowski in the 39, of course, Jardier's teammate for today. And, well, I mean, how much needs to be said about this man? Plenty of talent and well known as well within the sim racing community. And he's going to be closing down in on that BMW of James Parker. But of course, James Parker, driver that, does make setups for the Coach Dave Academy, and he's one of their esports drivers as well. Does plenty for the sim racing community as a whole, and of course, he's pretty quick, isn't he, Mike? I mean, I've seen him around. I've seen him around a few times. He's won a few things, He's kind of fast, but James Parker, right on the back of the 411 BMW at the moment, and he's going to be having a look on that GC Racing BMW sooner rather than later. Of course, Prendergast has got past the BMW just a few moments ago, and now James Parker hoping to follow in suit. And this is one of the problems you do run into, though, when you're trying to overtake a car that is exactly the same as yours, is that unless you have significant differences in setups, you know, everywhere that they're strong, or everywhere that you're strong, they're strong. And you kind of run into the situation that you would have in a single make series, for example, and it all comes down to driver skill. And I'm not trying to say that James Parker has more skill than Wildecker, but what I'm saying is I wouldn't be surprised if James Parker ends up in front at some point. And well, speaking of wanting to end up in front, Mikowski is starting to close in as well now. So this little battle here could start to become a little bit of a three-way. 2 BMWs and an Aston Martin as well. Some big V8 engines, but of course different implementations of those engines. But up ahead, Prendergast trying to get through. James Parker now trying to find a way through. Bit of contact there with Waldecker in at the 411, and now as he tries to get around the Maserati, I think there was a bit of a flash of the lights there from the 411 BMW. Not too happy about all of this, and Mikowski putting his nose where it probably didn't belong. Didn't get any contact, fortunately. But that was a brave move to think that there was going to be enough room and enough space there to get that Aston Martin through. And, well, James Parker has moved up ahead. And now it's going to be Krzysztof Mikowski's turn to see if he can make his way past GC Racing BMW.
Yeah, ooh, somebody just got disqualified for track run. It's the 445 car. Who is that car? They must have cut the track very badly. That was Damian Moore in the 445.
I have not seen disqualified for track limits in a long time.
Yeah, that's a big cut. Oh, this is this car, Ryan. I believe they were fighting near about P12 earlier, what or not. We're gonna have to take a look at the. I'll have to take a look at my replay here in a second once it comes up and see if you want to take a look and see. But I want to say that's like straight cutting a chicane or something. That's the only way you're going to get disqualified for track limits. As the final car, I believe, that has not made their pit stop. Nope, sorry, one more car, P6 as well, has not made their pit stop. But here's Bianchi, the 111, the temporary leader of the race, into pit lane for his pit stop.
We're gonna have a language lesson right now, Mike. It's Bianchi.
Yes, Bianchi.
Italian.
All right.
Bianchi.
So you remember how me and Jesse get the comms box together occasionally, right?
It happens way too often.
Right. Names don't happen.
I know names don't happen, and that's why I'm here.
Yeah. So luckily we have, you guys that can help us out on the occasion with the names, because us Americans are very simple folk and don't know how to pronounce things very often, but we give it the best run.
Just tell Joe McCooley that I said hi, and we'll carry on with our day.
Or Chris. What's Chris's last name again, Ryan?
Well, he's not present today, so I'm not obliged to say that. As Christian Bianchi, funny enough, has actually got a drive-through penalty.
Oh no! Was that a stewarded penalty, or was that a speeding in the pit lane penalty? Let's find out here. Live penalty reports coming up. Yeah, there it is. So Bianchi with contact with the 445 earlier. So that was the incident that we watched on stream, right?
That's the disqualified Ferrari.
Yes, yeah, but that was the incident that we saw in the final chicane, like 20 minutes ago or so. The steward's catching up a little bit here. So yeah, Bianchi is going to go ahead and get that penalty for the incident that we saw. It was a pretty serious penalty. Caused a couple cars to be thrown off a track and get damage. So the steward's making that decision. So that's going to drop him back down the order, as this is a very long drive-through here at Spa. And he's going to lose quite a bit of time, but I mean, unfortunately, that's the way it goes. You cause some incidents, you get some penalties, and that's why we have the stewards here making those decisions. As he cycles out of the pit lane in P17, as Nyring just barely makes it by him. But, he's going to have to make that drive-through penalty here within the next couple laps. And that's going to lose him probably down, if I had to guess, to almost the back of the GT3 field at this point. Speaking of the GT3 field, here's James Parker cutting through the GT3 field up to P9 now. He has cut through a couple more cars, and Prendergast has as well, to be fair. James Parker is not quite on the back of Prendergast yet, but you know, he is both of them just making up tons of time. They have gone hunting for their stints and have done really well doing that. But we are seeing, Ryan, at least temporarily, that Lamborghini right at the top of the grid.
Yes, we are. Forsberg does lead the way for the Lamborghini Pride, and of course, this car is. I mean, let's kind of set it down straight here, Mike. This is the car that has benefited the most from the red flag scenario and the restart, because if you remember correctly, this was the Lamborghini that put itself in the wall over the top of Radeon earlier in the race. And of course, they've been having a bit of a fight back ever since. And, well, I mean, they were definitely out of contention for a top 10. And now they could potentially find themselves in contention, well, for much more than a top 10. Not entirely sure what exactly they're going to be fighting for. We're not 100% sure of their stint timers as of right now. But one thing is for sure is that number 21 has benefited massively from the red flag scenario we had before. But Cody Pride, right behind him in the 507, he's definitely going to be looking interested as well. And, well, if the number 21 and the 507 are interested in potentially getting a really good result today, then you can guarantee that the 612 is as well.
Yeah, the 612, you know, they're out in third place. And again, this is their kind of slower driver in the car like we talked about a little bit earlier. And so I would not be surprised for Berezini to get in the car after this stint and absolutely blitz forward as well. They're currently a little over 11 seconds back as we go on board for the splitter cam up Cody Pride here. Going, ooh, look at that dive off the outside and then subsequent inside of the final chicane. Cody Pride and that 507 AKKA ASP team slides past that Lamborghini, making it look easy. I am surprised to see that Mercedes on the brakes that hard, but good for him. He has been fighting for that position for a while, and he is now up into P1 in the race. And again, he's another one of those cars that, you know, picked up a benefit of that virtual safety car, or rather full safety car happening as they restarted the race, I believe back at the end of the GT3 field completely with Harwood, as they were another one that had an incident early in the race. But look at this Lamborghini suck up to the back of that Mercedes down the Kemmel Straight, hard on the brakes. He's able to get on the inside of that Mercedes a bit. They run just a touch wide, and the Lambo's going for the switchback here. However, this is not the position you want to be on for this corner. I think the Merc might have the benefit here, and he does. Gets back up on the curve and slides back in front of that 21 Lambo. So the Mercedes holding it down for now. But both of these cars are so good down the straight. It's really just going to be, I think, a battle of who makes the mistake first out of a corner. As we saw, you know, Pride obviously get down into the final chicane out of Blanchimont and get the run there. But I would not be surprised to see this 21 Lambo be able to do that soon. But that said, they are pretty deep into a stint at this point, and as we know, or as you know, especially Ryan, as you've tried the Lamborghini pretty often, it does not do kind to tires. And would not be surprised if their tires are getting a little worn.
No. When you buy a Lamborghini GT3 Huracan, it does come with a lovely little boutique package, and on the back of it, after they've wined and dined you with some of their expensive meals, they do say, by the way, you are going to have to charge us a bit extra for the tires on this car, because we have to send you 2 sets for every 1 stint you'll do. But no, this car really doesn't do tires very well. It's much more suited to the sprint race format than the endurance format. One of the reasons why the Aston Martin is such a popular car, because of how good it is on its tires. Lamborghini, not so much, and it is one of the downsides that this car has. Not to say that it's impossible to win an endurance race in the Lamborghini, but you will be making it a bit more difficult for yourself than may be necessary, and I think Cody Pride did just get held up a bit by a back marker coming out of La Source, turn 1. We're looking at Krzysztof Mikowski making his way through at the moment, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Lamborghini is going to have a go here as they come through the Camel King. He's going to be in the slipstream of the Mercedes, and he's going to be having a look down onto the inside. It's going to be defensive from the Mercedes, but nothing going there at the moment, it seems, between the two. And nope, the Lamborghini is going to tuck back in. So back to Mikowski at hand, though. He moves up to P10 in the number 39 Aston Martin. And solid race for them so far. And here is Bart Matcher in the 405. He's in 3rd place at the moment in the GT4 Pro field.
Speaking of which, Ryan, I've just noticed the GT4 field has closed up a bit there since the pit stops. Matt Samuel has lost time to Matcha and Stefan.
He has, he definitely has. And Matt Samuel, he's, I'd have to say, between the team of Jarkko Torvinen, Gergo Panker, and Matt Samuel, I'm not sure who you would call the weakest link in a team like that. It's a fairly solid team.
You know who I'd call the strongest link in that one?
Well, it would have to be the Finnish driver, wouldn't it?
It'd be Torvinen.
Probably spends more time drinking than he does racing. But no, yeah, Jarkko Torvinen definitely probably the quicker driver in that car. But obviously, Matt Samuel and Gergo Panker are no slouch. Both of them plenty fast within their own right as well, and proving it here as well with the fact that they are leading. They were leading before the red flag. They're leading after the red flag. Race going to plan for them at the moment. They have lost a bit of the gap that they had, but I tell you what, they're going out here and they're showing that McLaren has got pace around here. And it's not a popular GT4, but it can be quick.
So I want to ask you a question about this, Ryan, because you recently administrated a McLaren Masters Cup, and I know you had quite a bit of an opinion on the GT4 McLaren after that. That is not necessarily the best handling car, from what I gather, and these guys are doing so well with it.
So I'll quote one of our community mods and developers, Mikael Sundström, about the McLaren GT4, as we're looking at Stefan Zero at the moment in the Camaro. And Mikael Sundström said to me, I've been driving the McLaren GT4 for the McLaren Masters Cup for 4 rounds now. And he said, I still don't know how to use the brakes. And it's always not a great sign if you're 4 races into a championship and you still haven't established how the brakes work on your own car. And, to the, maybe those that don't really know, you might be thinking, okay, well, what's wrong with the McLaren? What is it about its brakes? Why is it difficult to get the hang of the brakes? Well, I'm glad you asked, non-existent person, because the reason the McLaren is kind of difficult on the brakes is because it uses an automatic brake bias adjustment system. Now, it's a bit of a mouthful, that, and I will explain what it means just quickly. It basically means the car adjusts its brake bias on its own before every corner. So you can't change the brake bias on that car. Now, some people like having their brake bias at, certain percentages forward or backwards for certain corners, and that's how they like it. The problem is you can't do that in the McLaren. And that presents an issue for some people. Maybe the car adjusts the brake bias for what it thinks is the correct brake bias it should have, but maybe not. Maybe it's a brake bias that you're not comfortable with, and that can make it really, sensitive on the brakes and could lock it up and makes it more difficult to stop the car. So it's a bit of a handful. It probably works better at some tracks than others, and obviously depending on the driver, especially. Depends on how well that car will work with that automatic brake bias adjustment system. But it definitely seems to be something that a lot of people struggle with. But there are a few that do like it and do get their head around it, and those that do absolutely fly in it.
Yeah, and I mean, it's something to say that they're out in first in that car, even with the struggles that a lot of people have with it. And of course, P2 Stefan Zero in that Camaro. That's another one of those cars that you just don't see very often in the GT4 field being that strong. And it's out of P2. The BMW out behind. I mean, the strongest cars usually in your GT4 field are your Porsche and your Aston. And it looks like we have to go down, what is that, about 7 places before we find one of those with Andre Felix and the Aston Martin. I'm happy to see these guys taking, not necessarily going for the strongest bopped cars, right? For these races like this especially, we really like to see these guys, run a little car that's a little different. Jardier, for example, and the Aston V8, that's not a car I don't think I've ever seen him drive. He normally drives the Lambo. I've seen him drive a lot of the Audi. I don't think I've ever seen him in the Aston Martin. And so I'm glad to see him, in that car. And as you said, Ryan, I mean, the Aston Martin does do just really well in general. It's a nice, it's a very nice endurance car because it's very even keel. It handles the tires really well. It handles the fuel really well. And it's just nice and good across the entire stint, even if it doesn't necessarily have the power that you would expect out of the corner.
No, I mean we can kind of touch on the ask the box question of the pros and cons of different brands in GT3. I mean, for example, the Aston Martin V8, great example to start off with. It's a bit slow out of the corners. It doesn't really get down on the power that quick compared to some of the other cars like the BMW, the Lamborghini, and all sorts of cars like that. The benefit the Aston Martin V8 does have, however, is, one of its advantages of being a front-end engine car is that you have a lot more control over the feeling of the front of the car. The car is much better in the wet, and it's something that a lot of front-engine cars do very, very well, is that having the weight on the front and not on the back of the car, where all of the force is being driven through the rear wheels, it's an advantage in the wet. And the Aston Martin excels in the wet as well because of that one negative that it has in the dry. It's a bit slower to put the power down. That's good in the wet because you have more control. It's more progressive. It's not as aggressive like the Lamborghini, for example, which is very bad in the wet because of its instant power that it puts down and the fact it's got a massive V10 engine over the rear wheels that drive the car. But of course, there are pros and cons to a lot of these cars. I would say that, if you're looking for the straight line speed monster cars, you're looking for the Lambos, the BMW, and, you can tune the Mercedes to that as well. If you're looking for something a bit more reserved, a bit easier to get your head around, you're looking at Ferrari, the Aston Martin V8. If you're looking for a car that wants to absolutely kill you every time you get in it, you're looking at the Audi, the Lamborghini, and the Porsche as well. It's a fantastic example as well. And there are all sorts of different pros and cons to these cars. The Porsche, for example, is a fantastic car overall. It does really, really well at a lot of different circuits. The one negative it has is that it does seem to struggle in straight lines quite a bit. We've seen that evidently over the last few weeks. And it's not a beginner-friendly car at all. If the Porsche is the first car you're jumping into when you're starting out in ACC, you probably want to choose something else.
See, and I don't necessarily entirely agree with that because I think that it means that you're not getting comfy first. You're having to it's throwing you into the deep end basically, and a lot of people are great at that. You just throw them into the deep end and just make them learn the Porsche right away. But then, when they go drive another car, they go, oh my God, like this Ferrari, like, why am I getting so much understeer? Well, it's not understeering, it's just not oversteering.
You'll never complain about understeer ever again once you've driven a Gallardo.
That's a fair point. That Gallardo is a when I drove it a little bit, I felt as if it was understeering while it oversteered. It was my explanation of it. It is a rough car to get your hands on, but it is a fun car to watch. And the same as the Porsche cars.
If anyone doesn't know, by the way, if you have ACC and you don't know that the Gallardo exists, look for the Reuter Engineering car, the Rex, in the 2018 year. Go to your track of choice, throw it around the track, and I promise you, you'll look at every car ever and think, oh my God, it handles so much better than the Gallardo. I can't believe I complained about understeer before. And you know, once you accept that, your outlook on all the other cars can become a lot better. As we saw Forsberg in the pits just a moment ago, and that was they had about 71 minutes, I think, left on their stint timer.
That's a GT4 Porsche there, I believe, that was off after the source. Good on the GT3 cars to dodge him, and he was able, I think, to get back out onto the track. But yeah, that was Forsberg is going to come out. It looks like an overall position here. We'll see when he updates the sector times. But this is his final pit stop. It means he's going to have to run to the end. But again, that virtual safety car has just done him a ton of favors. There's P7, 8, 9, 10, etc. But all of these cars will still need a pit stop as we pass the halfway mark of our red flagged section. Hour 10 left, and a 70-minute stint is very possible here. Do you have to fuel save, you think, at Spa in the Lambo with a 70-minute stint?
Oh, 70 minutes.
It's close.
Yes, you will. You'll have to fully fuel it for sure. You'll have to put as much fuel as you can in that car, and you will have to fuel save some points. I'm not sure how many laps you'll have to fuel save for, but you will definitely have to do saving of some sort to get that car to the end of the race. But it is possible. I'm not going to say it's not possible, because it is. The Lamborghini doesn't drink as much fuel as some of the other cars, like the Audi and the Mercedes. I mean, Jesus, we're talking about cars that probably take about 7 liters per lap. The Lamborghini isn't as bad on its fuel economy. One of the cars I'm actually really surprised about is the BMW. The BMW is quite good on its fuel economy for a front-engine V8 that seems to have an extra DRS wing on the back of it for the straight line speed. And, you know, it is a car that does seem to do quite well on its fuel economy. In fact, I was told that the Bentley and the BMW are the only 2 cars in ACC that can do 90-minute races without having to do a pit stop for fuel everywhere except Monza.
I did not realize that the BMW is added to that list. I knew the Bentley was there, and I know that the Ferrari can get pretty close to that with a little bit of fuel saving, as we saw in the very first night owl race that we ever did at Hungaroring, back with the old community we were part of. In fact, there was Elvin Smith that took the Ferrari in the 90 minutes of Hungaroring, and he did a splash and dash, I believe, at the 3rd to last lap, with just a touch of fuel saving. And this is Elvin Smith, of course, one of the fastest drivers in the ACC, and he was
esports.
Yeah, very much esports driver.
But yeah,
Ferrari to get close, but I am surprised to find the BMW there.
I have seen a BMW do it before. I've seen it do it at Laguna Seca. I've definitely seen it.
Surprise me.
I've definitely seen it do it at Laguna Seca. I've seen it do it at Misano as well. And as far as I've been told, it's Monza that it would struggle to do it at, very similar to the Bentley, because you're spending the majority of your time 100% throttle, and that's obviously going to be using up the majority of your fuel. But yeah, the BMW, it is good on its fuel economy, which is, you know, kind of surprising. And it's one of the things that I kind of think, with the 2020 BOP that's going to be coming out fairly soon for these cars, I'm kind of expecting to see the BMW get a bit of a resurgence in choices for endurance races. I mean, you know, a car that's good on its fuel economy, a car that doesn't absolutely destroy its tires, because, I mean, I did a 60-minute race at Monza last night, and it actually felt quite good towards the end of the stint, whereas in the Lamborghini, I'd be crying for help 10 minutes from the end. So the BMW, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see it in more endurance races like we are now in some of these races here, like at 3 hours of Spa. So, you know, I think it's going to be quite nice to see the BMW come back up to be one of the more regular picks, because we definitely need more of them on the grid.
Yeah, you know, I think out of all the German cars, the BMW is definitely my favorite of them. It's a pretty well-known fact that I am not a huge fan of any of the German cars. Mercedes being okay, and you will never catch me driving a Porsche, and I have my own opinions about how the Audi sounds.
George Smith would be so disappointed in you.
Yeah, well, George Smith decided that he was not feeling well enough to be commentating today. So I am here to give the opposite opinion of him and say that I don't like the Porsches. But that said, actually, what I just saw pop up in chat as I was glancing over, the Nissan GTR.
We don't talk about that, Carl.
Yeah, here's the thing, chat. I wish I could say that the Nissan GTR was a car that existed inside this game. Unfortunately, it kind of just doesn't, as we're seeing Hart Kemper slide past Waldecker there for overall P7 in the GT3 field. Hart Kemper doing a good job to slide past there through the chicane. But yeah, the GTR, unfortunately, it is just slow. It has its moments. Laguna Seca is one of those, oddly enough. It is very good at Laguna Seca. We obviously saw Jardier and Jimmy Broadbent drive it to where did they finish? It was the podium. Was it not at Bathurst, right?
No, it wasn't.
No. Yeah, no, they were like P8. Yeah. But we saw them at Bathurst at our 12 hours of Bathurst. They did pretty well there. But yeah, it's just unfortunately the GTR is just not quite quick enough with its bob. If I'm not mistaken, Ryan, I believe I asked you about this a week or two ago because you know a little bit more about GT World Challenge Europe than I do. But the Nissan just hasn't been updated in a while, correct? It's just a bit of an older car.
The Nissan, so Nissan themselves haven't actually made a new model of the GTR race spec for a while now. I think the last one is 2018. I believe that was the last time that they made a Nissan GTR race spec. So that's kind of why the Nissan isn't really represented that well, because it's kind of using a BOP from 2 years ago, which isn't really reflective of of the modern BOP for GT3 cars. And we're looking at Michael Muthen right here in the number 18, 21st place at the moment for them. And seen a couple of people asking about the BMW number 12. Well, we've had a bit of a timing issue on the restart of the race, and they're being shown as 22nd place. That's not actually true. They're not in 22nd. They're actually... Let me see if I can work this out. We had a bit of a timing issue. They were leading the race initially on the restart, as fully intended. You can see them on screen now. And... yeah, they were leading the race. I'm trying to figure out exactly where they are now. Basically, we had a slight timing issue, and they're not being shown where they should be. As it turns out, I'm looking at the moment. I think they should be. I think they're about 5th or 6th place at the moment, somewhere around there, according to the quick maths I've just had to do basically on the splits. But they're being displayed as 22nd. They're not 22nd. They're much higher up than that. And when we restarted the race, it was just an unfortunate issue that we couldn't then fix. So they're not 22nd. They are higher up than that. But it's just going to be a bit hard to track them throughout the rest of the race. But Marcus Lawrence doing a phenomenal job either way.
Yeah, Marcus is doing great, and I think part of the issue remains that unfortunately, since we don't have this is sim issued marshals, we don't have the ability to make sure that we're blue flagging people properly. Again, it's just one of those issues that happen. Technical issues happen in real life racing. Technical issues happen in a sim, and today we were the victims of that. But Andre Frankie here for FFS Racing, of course, Mike Noble being one of his teammates. They're currently in the lead of the race. However, you can see the top 11 across the left side of your screen still have not made their final pit stop. But they will be probably, if I'm going to guess, I'm going to say another 15 to 20 minutes away from a pit stop, unless they make an early pit deciding on traffic. I think that this Lexus is going to make a late pit. They're another one of those cars that's not fantastic on their tires. Prendergast did pit early. Darren King passed that off to him. So I would not be surprised to see the Ferrari come into the pit reasonably soon here. Ryan, I'm going to ask you the question on the BMW. You had said that Monza last night, I believe it was, in fact, did pretty well on the tires there. But how do you think the tires are going to do in Spa? I mean, this track is definitely going to be harsher on your tires than Monza is. You think 70, 80 minutes in pretty reasonably?
Oh, that's a hard thing to measure. I'm not too sure actually. I mean, the BMW. I mean, obviously it did well at Monza on its tires, but obviously Monza, not really the hardest track on your tires anyway, because it's mostly dominated by straights, and you know, there's only really a couple of high load corners, should we say. Whereas when you come to somewhere like Spa, you've got, you know, you've got a Rouge Radion, which put plenty of load through your tyres. You've got corners like Bruxelles, Pouon, and then, of course, Blanchimont as well, where you put a lot of load through the tyres. So, you know, obviously tyre wear at Spa is definitely going to be worse than it is at Monza, but I don't really think that it's going to be a massive issue. I kind of get the feeling it'll be manageable, definitely for an hour. Whether it's manageable for 70 so minutes is another question. And, you know, that's a question that we don't really have an answer to. But I would be willing to bet that it can do 70 minutes. Maybe you need to do some tyre saving. You need to just be a bit, you know, ease off a bit in some of the corners, not push the car as hard. And you can definitely do it, but and yep, James Parker coming into the pit lane, so he's going to finish his job up for the day, and he's going to be handing back over to Joe McCauley, I believe, in the Triple Eight. Joe McCauley will be going to the end of the race. He'll have about 58 minutes of racing in that car, so they won't really have to worry about tyres here at all. So they're going to be doing good. Jordan Burroughs in the number 8 for the Team Fordzilla Mercedes. They're not doing too bad as well, are they? And, of course, holding their own plenty as well. And as I look a bit further down the order at the moment. So, as it stands, the number 12 car of Marcus Lawrence is actually second. So
okay,
they're
so he
second.
is ahead of Burroughs.
They are second on track. Because Burroughs is just coming through no name right now. Marcus Lawrence is in Pouon. So, yes, Marcus Lawrence is second on track at the moment. But, of course, still has a mandatory pit stop left to serve. So, he's not going to be second once he serves that. And, you know, I kind of get the feeling, Mike, that, well, all the guys that we can see up here at the top at the moment are definitely not going to be on the podium come the end of this race. And I get the feeling that the 507, the 21, and the 612 are going to be our podium sitters once all the pit stops are said and done.
Give or take, yeah. I mean, I think these guys have made up enough time with that safety car to do it. But that said, here goes the 612 on the outside of this Lamborghini coming through the final chicane and gets the pass done. And again, we talked about this a couple times. Berrezzini's in that car now, and I'm not surprised to see him just eating through the field. I mean, that Lamborghini in the 21 has done pretty well for themselves since the red flag safety car situation, but unfortunately just are not going to quite be as fast as this Orion race team. You know, the Orion race team, I think above all else, they're just going to go chase down Hardwood at this point. I would not be surprised to see them up at Hardwood here, or past Hardwood by the end of the race, assuming that they don't have any big issues or anything. But that slides him up into the overall P13 position. And here we go, another stop-and-go penalty just got displayed by the game. A lot of people speeding in the pits today. That's kind of surprising to see, as we do occasionally get somebody speeding in the pits, but people getting very impatient with this Spa pit lane, it would seem. And that's going to cost them, again, quite a bit of time.
I tell you what, though,
pit lane.
A drive-through penalty is bad enough around here. A stop-and-go 30, I mean, you're losing an entire lap. I mean, you know, this is a long pit lane, as is. And if you're taking a stop-and-go 30, you're in the pit lane for about 2 minutes. So you're losing almost a lap basically on wherever you were when you came in. So yeah, stop and go 30. That's a hard call, unfortunately, and well, there's nothing that the stewards will do about that because, of course, that is measured by the sim. ACC measures it itself, and you know, if you go over the limit, you go over the limit, and it will punish you for it. And there's nothing really that the stewards can say about that because the evidence, or as they say, the proof is in the pudding.
Yeah, I mean, there is nothing to measure for the stewards there at that point, right? I mean, it's not like so in real life, how they do it, at least in the WEC, because it's what I'm most familiar with. The marshals actually report to race control when they see somebody cutting the track, unless there's video of it, which of course there is quite a bit of cameras dotted throughout the track as well for race control. But it's something that we don't keep an eye on here in the sim, as the sim does that for us. But Ryan, what I just noticed as our broadcaster was signaling to me is that Matt Samuel has actually dropped a couple positions. He's quite far back now. The GC Racing #1 team is Stefan Zero now out in P1. Here's Matt Samuel for FFS Racing in the 321 McLaren, and these guys have been leading the race the entire time. But here's Matt Samuel now back into overall P3 of the GT4 field.
Well, not entirely sure what happened with the likes of Matt Samuel, but I can guarantee that Gergo Panker and Jarkko Torvinen are going to be, I'd say, encouraging him on. Not really sure how encouraging works in this kind of team when you have someone like Jarkko Torvinen and Gergo Panker in the team, but I'm sure that Matt Samuel is doing his best, but at the moment he's under pressure from the likes of Bart Matcher in that BMW M4. And, well, Bart Matcher, he's going to be looking to throw himself up into second place in the GT4 Pro class, and it is Stefan Zero that leads in the GT4 Pro in the Camaro, and, well, up through Eau Rouge and over the top of Radion is Bart Matcher. No, he's not going to stay within the white lines. He's going to get past the McLaren, but I get the feeling that Bart Matcher might just ease off and let the McLaren back through. Is he going to do that? Not seeming like it right now. Didn't get a drive-through penalty, maybe just got a warning for his troubles there, but he's not going to challenge. Ooh, not going to challenge Matt Samuel into Lake Com. So Bart Matcher doesn't really gain the place, but look how close he is to the back of the McLaren. He's going to have a look into Bruxelles now as we come into the long left-hander. M4 on the inside, 570S on the outside, and Bart Matcher will get it done on track this time round. And, well, as if Matt Samuel's day couldn't get any worse, he's now got Mikael Sundstrom right behind him in the 899.
Yeah, and that is not who you want in your mirror. The 899 of Sundstrom is not a car I ever want to see in my mirror. In fact, the only time I ever see in my mirror is if I'm seeing a blue flag over on the left side or right side of the track. The McLaren the Mercedes at this point is breathing down the neck of the remainder of this GT4 field. He has been trying to catch up and make his way through. Currently in that 1, 2, 3, 4, P5, P4 in class position for the GT4. But as we hear this V8 sing coming out of the corner, they're going to start approaching Blanchimont here for one more time, deep into the slipstream of that 321 McLaren of Matt Samuel. However, Matt Samuel deep in the slipstream of Bart Matcher ahead, and we're going to see if Sundstrom is able to keep it steady through Blanchimont here and subsequently be able to get a run coming into the chicane. They're all three going a touch wide there. Samuel actually keeping it on the track, but I don't think anyone is going to get that overlap. Samuel looks on the outside of the BMW, but can't quite make it around. They're going to slot back in single file for the start-finish straight. About 52 minutes left to go, and it's going to be work for Sundstrom here. He was able to get through the last couple cars pretty quickly, but I don't think he's going to be able to get past these guys quite as easily unless there's more mistakes made. Obviously, Samuel had some sort of mistake made earlier. We haven't gotten a report of what might have happened yet, but he obviously lost quite a bit of time. And Stefan Zero for the GC Racing team out in front of the GT4 field at this point. and these guys are getting to their pit windows as well. That said, but speaking of potential mistakes here, Matt Samuel looked like he just got a touch loose coming into a Rouge Nafradion, and this is going to allow Sunstrom a little bit on the outside here. Who's harder on the brakes? Sunstrom harder on the brakes, gets the outside for the first corner, inside for the second corner, and they are still side by side coming out of the corner. And we're going to see if Sunstrom can get the run off of this corner. That's where you want to be. And there it is. Sunstrom slides on past it. I guess I'll eat my words, Ryan. I mean, I said that he wasn't going to get quite easily as high as he was, but Matt Samuel just not able to get on the brakes as hard as that McLaren. I want to say that that's due to that brake bias issue we spoke about earlier.
Well, Mikhail Sundstrom will be grinning from ear to ear, thinking, stuff your automatic brake bias system. I don't need that in my lovely Mercedes GT4. I'll adjust my own brake bias as I feel necessary, and he'll move on up into the podium places of the race. And look at this in GT4. Camaro, BMW, and now Mercedes leading the way in GT4 Pro. 3 different manufacturers. It's just really nice to see. And then, of course, in GT4 Silver, we've got a Mercedes, a Camaro, and a Mercedes. So, Camaro and Mercedes doing well in the GT4 class.
Yeah, and of course, that McLaren, I'm not going to count him out yet either. I wouldn't be surprised if they get their, they do their driver swap at the end. Obviously, Torben and Panker had a better experience in the McLaren than Matt Samuel is having so far. So, would not be surprised to see one of them get back in the car here once they make their final pit stop, and maybe they can get back out on the power. That is a BMW now breathing down Matt's neck as well. Never mind. There he goes into the pit lane, and there's Stefan Zero in the pit lane as well. This is showing just how close this GT4 field is, by the way, because we were just looking at Matt Samuel and Crozon back in like P5, P6, and here's the leader going into the pits. That was only a few seconds of difference there. This GT4 field now an hour and a half into after the safety car, is still really close all through the top of the field. The GT3 field is pretty close as well, for the most part. So I would not be surprised to see them stick kind of together and be able to keep making it through. And we were just told it's 507. Short on fuel, they're gonna have to make another stop.
I did just see that. And well, would you believe it? By the way, the 123 FFS racing car, which was originally piloted by Mike Noble, handed over to Andre Franke, and now handed back to Mike Noble, is in, well, second of the cars that have completed all their mandatory stops, and more importantly, he's only about 3.5 seconds off of the 507, which, like you just said, we've been informed probably doesn't have enough fuel to the end of the race. We talked about the Mercedes being a gas guzzler, didn't we? And, well, yeah, kind of coming to fruition here, which is, unfortunately, no surprise. So, I would imagine that this means Mike Noble's going to be leading the race. Well, he's probably going to be leading the race even if that Mercedes doesn't have to pit again, because I get the feeling that if the Mercedes is fuel saving, that Lexus is going to catch him way before the end of the race. So, Mike Noble will probably be leading the way, and we'll have to see where the rest of these guys obviously filter on out. We still have a few cars left to make their pit stops. Jordan Burrows, Justin Hartkemper, Peter Roche up at the front, Mig Zorn, Schicke, and Tower. Of course, oh, and Michael Muthen as well in the number 18 Nissan. That's all your GT3s that still have to make a pit stop. Whereas in the GT4s, it's Tauscher, Matcher, Sundstrom, Samuel, Felix, Pullen, Mansner, and I believe Ryan Ware has just come into the pit lane now, so Kramer is the other GT4 still left to pit. So only a few guys left in each of the classes left to pit, but one thing for sure is that the 507 currently leads, provisionally, I guess, but he's going to be hunted down by the 123 fairly soon.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm actually kind of happy to see, that even these cars that did highly benefit from the virtual safety car. I keep saying virtual safety car. I'm so used to virtual safety car in WC. The safety car that came out, you know, and the Lamborghini and the other Mercedes and stuff that had that big benefit from that, you know, they're still not out completely in front. You know, and they've definitely gained position, they've gained time, but you know, Mike Noble, who was near the lead of the race before, you know, is definitely handedly still probably going to make it out to the front. I mean, Harwood's, you know, if he's in fuel save mode, we were just informed in chat there's 6 liters that he has to save.
Oh, 6 liters.
Yeah, that's quite a bit. But then again, I mean, he's got 45 minutes, and you know, I mean, that's plenty of time to save that. It just means that he's probably going to have to run on a lower engine map the rest of the race. And as I was told yesterday during the Night Owl race, because there are a few drivers that are racing with the Mercedes that are in the voice chat with us. The engine map at Monza is about a 1.5 difference. So I'm going to imagine this track is a bit longer, and it's not quite as 100% on the power as Monza is. I'm going to imagine it's probably about a 1.5 or so per lap with that engine map difference, and that is significant. But if we look at the lap time from the 507 last lap, they ran a 2:20.5, which is a 1.5 slower than their fastest time. Now I'm curious to see, as Mike Noble, his last lap was his out lap. Mike Noble is going to cross the line here in
caught
just
2 seconds in 2 sectors, so I get the feeling that Lexus is definitely not having fuel issues at the moment, and he's got that Mercedes well within his sights. The Japanese manufacturer could be taking. This will be the first time we've ever seen. This will be the first time we'll have ever seen a Lexus win an enduro event. I think, isn't it? At least from events I've seen, anyway.
Yeah, I believe so, because I think at the 12 Hours Suzuka, I don't think any of the Lexi made the podiums. Of course, PCDC won that race, if I'm not mistaken, which they're currently in the number 12. Speaking of which, where is the number 12 here on track? Nick, can we check real quick? They're currently in overall P22 on the timing screen.
They're in the pit lane at the moment.
They're in the pit lane. Okay,
so that's a bit hard to judge.
Yeah, it's a bit hard to judge, but they're in the pit lane and they're making their final pit stop. And I imagine. Well, hang on a second. They've already made their pit stop, have they not? I see that it's cleared already.
Oh yes, that car has been in pit lane for a while.
Yeah, so they must have had an issue, some sort of technical or mechanical issue going on with that number 12 car. Unfortunate for them, because they were in P2 overall. I wonder if they decided to park the car with the timing issues going on. But I mean, even still, they were in like P2 for a while there before the pit stop started happening. So unfortunate for the BCDC team to have those problems. As we were just talking about, I believe they won the 12 hours. No, they didn't win. It was the Strelos who won, if I'm not mistaken. We haven't seen the Strelo brothers in a while either. I know they've been busy, but another good pair of drivers.
Mike Noble has got past the 507, by the way. That overtake has happened, and so Mike Noble effectively leads the race, because Jordan Burrows and Peter Roche will definitely be behind after their final pit stop, as Peter Roche comes in now for the 404. And, well, we have Alexis leading the race, and it'll be quite an interesting moment. It'll be the second, well, if they win. I won't say they're going to win, because obviously commentators curse and anything can happen in 42 minutes. You know, if they win, it will be the second of 2 endurance races that Mike Noble and Andre Franco have won here at RCI.
They won the Nürburgring, right?
Yeah, they won at Nürburgring. They didn't win at Bathurst, but obviously they started right at the back of the grid. But they did finish in the top 10, which is a mighty effort. And they're looking like they could win here today at Spa. So two wins out of 3 endurance races. That's...
Oh, they didn't participate in Barcelona, did they?
No, not at Barcelona.
Right.
No. So it is 2 out of 3. So 66% win record in RCI endurance races. I mean, I'd take that.
I very much would take that. I'd take finishing on the podium once out of 4. Not something I get to do very often. So, yeah, you know, it's something that I'm excited to see Alexis on the podium. I'm a huge fan of Alexis, even though you know, of course, Toyota has decided not to license the liveries for the SRO.
Well, we don't mention that name here. we,
My bad.
we don't
So,
say the T word.
I do just want to mention Harwood here, as I was just reading the chat while you were talking about that. They're saving a little over a half a liter a lap, which means that gives them about half the remaining race that they need to run in map 2. Though saving a little bit of extra probably won't be the worst idea. And I don't know if the overtime has been calculated into that yet, but they may be able to get back onto map 1 for the end of the race if they are careful.
If they're saving half a liter at least per lap, and they need to save 6 liters, then that's going to take them 12 laps.
Yeah. And that's
a lot of fuel saving.
And that was a couple laps ago as well. So they've only got maybe about 10 laps to go here, give or take, before they can have officially saved their 6 liters. It's just the question of have they calculated the overtime lap into that, because that's another 4 liters or so that you need to calculate in which case they're running map 2 the rest of the race. But that still might be able to release them within the last 15 minutes or so, and be able to get back up to speed for at least the remaining of the race. It will yet to be seen, because a stop and go here is a very long, very, very long pit lane. Obviously with both pit lanes combined here at Spa. Is it 2 minutes?
It's 2 minutes.
Oof, yeah. So a stop and go, about a 2-minute drop, and that's about a lap. So here is your leader of the race after the pit stops have checked out. Of course, we're watching Burrows drive around the track in the Mercedes. He's your provisional leader. But Mike Noble will take back over that position. And just looking through the grid here really quick, hey, why don't we take a look at the timetable really quick here, if you don't mind. I'd like to take a look at the overall standings. We've got Burrows up on the top, with Mike Noble, Harwood, who of course is struggling for fuel at the moment, Berrezzini in that 612, who I believe you had said had gotten past him. So I wonder if the 507 got back past there, Ryan. Let's take a look. That's Simonic, I believe, and back in P5. Mikhail Stishi from the 17, currently in the pit lane in P6. Prendergast, who should be handing off to Darren King, I believe. Frederick, Yaroslav Hanzik, and James Parker rounds out your top 10. And, of course, back in the GT4 field, Samuel has held on to that P2 position, at least it seems like after the pit stop. So Tauscher currently leading in that AMG Mercedes GT4. But the GT4 field, I feel, is really going to be the battle at the finish here, because we saw 5 or 6 of those cars all stacked up one by one. Yeah, Ryan, I don't know. I mean, what do you think is the next play here for the GT4 field?
Well, I think for Marco Ripper and the 721, the GC Racing, I was putting my finger on which was the last GC Racing car. It was the GT4 one, the GC Racing 2. It's the Camaro that they have in the GT4 class. I think they're looking pretty comfortable at the moment. Of course, they've got Ondrej Dedicek behind them at the moment in the 405. They know that Matt Samuel.
Tauscher just got a drive through. That off track right there, the Audi put him off track, and he got a drive through. He did not release. That is the leader of the GT4. Even though he has a pit stop, he's going to have to come to that pit lane twice now.
Yep, and what that's going to mean is the Camaro of Pullen will probably take over the lead of the GT4 AM or Silver, or GT4 Silver class. Sorry, yeah, Pullen, they should be taking the lead of that now. So rather unexpected, but this is the thing. This is what track limits can do to you, and there's no track that'll punish you more than Spa.
Ooh. There's a Paul Ricard.
Yeah, but the Paul Ricard's pit lane doesn't take like 90 seconds to navigate.
Okay.
It's more like 30. So Tauscher comes into the pit lane to serve his drive-through penalty. We're looking at Matt Samuel at the moment. And he's going to come in, and he's going to hand the car over, I think, to Jarkko Torvinen.
I think Tinker, because Torvinen ran the second stint.
Well, Kirko started the race.
Yeah, so they've all raced at this point. You know, due to that red flag safety car situation, the stints are a little weird. I guess it depends. So I think Pinker has the lowest amount of drive time at the moment, but they may want to throw Torvinen in because they're so close to the lead. So I think that might be the thing. You know, we will see because they are currently in their pit box. Of course, they'll be in the pit box for at least 30 seconds, and we will see where they shake out. So here's Mark Schumacher in the 411, with the GC Racing Team BMW. Currently trying to chase down the 500 Audi. Not far from him. That all said, so he's going to look at getting up into P10. Of course, Michael Muthen behind him in the 18 car. The Nissan actually up into P12, but he does have a stop to make. He'll drop again. You know, we spoke about this. It's about 90 seconds for a drive-through, anywhere between 90 and 2 minutes or so. So by the time you get your pit stop shaken out and everything, it's almost an entire lap in the pit lane here at Spa-Francorchamps. But Muthen for the Chironix Racing Team, number 18. When he makes his pit stop, probably going to drop back around to P20 if I had to guess. Of course, Mike Noble is still leading the race. A little over 30 minutes to go here at our 3 hours of Spa. FFS Racing leading in GT3. FFS Racing was leading in GT4 for quite a while as well, with Matt Samuel, Gergo Panker, and Jarkko Torvinen leading the GT4 field for quite a while here. And if we now take a look, speaking of that GT4 car, I am currently seeing them coming out of the pit. They've not crossed the timing line yet to get updated, but as of now, Brian, I'm still seeing Samuel in the car.
They're off the podium.
They are off the podium, however, so that was quite a long pit stop. Let's see how long their pit stop was in comparison. So that's the 421. Matt Samuel, sorry, the 321. Gergo Panker in the car now, so they did driver swap. They only had a 1 minute 57 pit lane time. That's with the stop and everything. So, not a bad pit. It's about the average, actually a little quicker than the average. And so they're well off the podium at this point. Matt Samuel, unfortunately, lost quite a bit of time out on the track, and that cost them quite a bit.
They're in 7th, I think, at the moment. Yeah, so 7th in class. So that's quite unfortunate. And I did make a mistake, by the way, earlier when I said that the Camaro will take the lead of the GT4 Silver class. That's not actually true. The car that will take the lead of the GT4 Silver class is actually the number 91 Cayman of Owen De Vries, being driven at the moment. He's got a 5-second penalty, but he's got a 5-second penalty, but Deken or Denect, I'm a bit lost on that name. Yeah, he's about 40 seconds back, so a 5-second penalty isn't really going to make a difference there. But Owen De Vries, if I remember correctly, they won in the AM class of the 6 Hours of Barcelona, did they not? Or at least they were on the podium.
They were on the podium at minimum, yes, because I do remember inviting them to join us.
Oh! Marco Ripper! The leader in GT4 Pro was off at Blanchimont. And that's given the lead to Ondrej Dedicek. So Marco Ripper, I'm not entirely sure what happened there, but I saw him off, and a Ferrari has just completely missed the braking point.
Oh, he went off on Blanchimont. I wonder.
Oh, yeah,
there it is.
Well.
Oh,
I think there was contact there.
I do. I'll take a look back at that one and report back. But yeah, that is probably a GT3, maybe getting into the back of him from the look of it there. We'll have to verify that. But yeah, that is unfortunate for them. Marco Ripper looks like he's going to have to come in for a pit as well. So they just lost quite a bit of time, and that just maybe took him completely out of the race.
Yeah, and it means Ondrej Dedicek with alongside Bart Matcher will take over the GT4 Pro lead with just about 31 minutes of the race remaining. So massive change up in GT4 Pro with just over half an hour left of the race. And it just goes to show.
the Ferrari the 500 Ferrari of Jarabowski tried to cut through a couple of GT4 cars and just threw himself directly into the Camaro. He bounced off the Porsche as well that they were trying to pass and just threw them both into the wall.
Yeah, that's not good, and obviously the stewards will be looking into that. And some of the chat just saying maybe a look of retaliation from the Ferrari, possibly. It will be looked into. Everything gets looked into by the stewards, because it'll definitely get reported. I can guarantee you that much. That the Marco Ripper and Stefan Zero aren't going to let that one go down. And yeah, so that's a real shame to see, but it does mean that Ondrej Dedicek in the 405 is now the leader in GT4 Pro. It can all change at the drop of a hat so quickly. And fortune has swung the way of the 405 Connection Lost racing team. We're looking at Harry Spears at the moment, finds himself in 6th place. And not been a bad day for them so far, and obviously he has got past the likes of Friedrich, but he's got the McLaren right on his tail. Prendergast just a bit up the road. He can see him as Prendergast brakes, goes into turn 1, and there is Harry Spears. And Jardier behind these two as well. James Parker on top of that, behind that. So the BMW's having a bit of a hard time now. Just a couple of them in the top 10. But of course, it's a bit difficult to gauge the pace of all of the BMWs and all the other cars because everything's been a bit thrown on its head with, of course, the red flag incident. But one thing we do know, for a fact, is that Mike Noble leads the race, and he leads by 10.5 seconds over the likes of Harwood, and then Fulvio Barrazzini sits in 3rd place at the moment. And that means that the Ryan Race team are still set to carry on their 100% record of podium finishes in RCI endurance races.
Yeah, these Orion Racing team has just dominated all of the races here. They've done really well throughout the past almost 6 months here at RCI now. In case you guys didn't know, RCI is turning 6 months old here in about another 15 days or so. So, we appreciate all the support that you guys have given us over the past 6 months, and all the support that you've given the drivers over the past 6 months as well. To sit here and watch all of this racing with us. I know that I can speak for me and Ryan here in the box, as well as Nick Setnick. This is something that we thoroughly enjoy doing with our time. I love to commentate. I've been doing it for quite a few years. Ryan's been doing it for about a year or so now, I believe as well. And of course, George Smith, Jesse Lee, Josh LeSean, our lead commentary team. This is something that we thoroughly enjoy doing. If you want to come join us, commentary, steward, anything like that, you guys are, of course, more than welcome to jump into the Discord. We have a staff vacancies channel. Always happy to pull in some more staff. No experience needed for any of that. You can just come on, jump in, and we'll give you a bit of training and have you jump in with us as we're watching Jaroslav Honzik slide past one of the McLarens here. He's a P7 now as well.
Yeah, Johnny, you're doing a very good job. I was just about to say, if you can stomach a training session with Jesse Lee, I kind of get the feeling you'll do well here. And we do like to have some jokes and stuff in the commentary box. I'm not sure, Mike Jones, if you caught some of the comments that I was making about you in the safety car, but I'm sure that now that I've told you about that, you'll go back.
I'll have to go back and rewatch.
You'll have to go back and listen back to them. Something about the cleanest lap you've probably done around Monza in a while. But besides that, we are looking at David Friedrich trying to take that place back from Jaroslav Honzik, and the McLaren's going to go side by side. He's not quite going to have the space, and he's going to have to settle in behind Jardier in the 39. So Jardier in 7th place. Friedrich will drop down to 8th. And if the McLaren wants to get past, he's going to have to try again.
Yeah, he's going to have to try one more time. The question is, can Jardier through the second sector here go ahead and just take off. This is probably where the Aston's going to have its strength through the track, comparatively to the McLaren is through Sector 2, twisty bits down here in the back. So I would not be surprised if Jardier does pretty well through this sector. But as we've talked about a couple times during this broadcast, the V8 Aston, of course, doesn't necessarily have the best grunt out of the corner. And the McLaren doesn't do too bad, honestly. As long as you can get the power down early, that McLaren can get down the straight pretty quickly, especially in the slipstream, which you can use the slipstream with full effect here at Spa down through this section here, as well as the Kemmel Straight. You get deep into the slipstream, you can pick up at least a few miles an hour down that section. But that said, Fulvio Berrezzini here in the 612 Mercedes, currently trying to hunt down the other Mercedes of Harwood. And he is not too far from. Of course, Harwood, I believe, is still fuel saving a bit. The last lap time real quick, shall we? So Berrezzini did a 2:20.7 last lap, where Harwood was about 7/10 slower. Now, both of these guys are pretty slow last lap in comparison to Mike Noble, who ran over 2 seconds faster than Berrezzini on the last lap. And Mike Noble, I think at this point, unless something happens, it can't always happen, 5 minutes left in the race, but Mike Noble is just destroying this field at this point. He got out in front and he took off. I'm really curious to see if Berrezzini, how their is doing. I think they pit well within their window. But if they have to fuel save it all as well, they may not be able to catch Harwood quite in time. But I mean, they're right behind him. So I don't know. I mean, based on the chatter from the 507 team earlier, they should be about getting to that point, I think, where they can start getting back in to basically a non-fuel save mode. But to be told, I suppose, whether that will actually happen or not. See another drive-through come through the track limits. 713 BMW towards the back of the GT3 field. Overall P23.
That's Goujon. Yep. The last of the GT3 cars, actually.
Yeah, he is last in front of the GT4 field. Speaking of the GT4 field, is Dedicek in the 405 Connection Loss Racing GT4 team. They are currently in the lead after the issue with Marco Ripper, the 500 Ferrari, which I believe the stewards are actually taking a look at right now. So we might get some resolution to what happened with the 500 with Marco Ripper. Figure out what penalty may be given there, if any. And we're being told apparently Jardier maybe had a little bit of an off-track overtake with the McLaren. Very possible that could have happened. If it did, they will be sure to, by all means, can report it if that's the case. The stewards may give them a 5-second penalty or so. But if not, the game will decide that penalty for us. But here at Spa, I mean, it's a constant thing. Everybody's always off track, I feel like, right?
It is a track where people do like to take liberties. It has to be said. Spa's kind of a bit infamous in some other sim racing titles like iRacing for being very, very strict on its track limits. I get the feeling it's a bit more lenient in ACC. The only corners it really punishes you is Radion and No Name. It doesn't really seem to punish you too much in any of the other corners, at least in my experience anyway. So, maybe it's just a case of, the fact that the track limits are much more lenient and people take advantage of them more. But yeah, like Mike said, if there was an off-track overtake made, then yeah, it needs reporting to the stewards just like any other incident would need reporting to the stewards, and the stewards will take a look at it, they'll judge it, and they will award the penalty that fits the crime. In that case, we did see that in the Endurance Championship at one point, didn't we? A post-race penalty was applied to a car that managed to maintain a position by going wide off track, and they did pick up a warning for their efforts, but of course the track limit warning didn't really change the fact that they kept the position, so they got a 5-second penalty post-race for it. So we do penalise it, but it needs to be reported, and that's something we can't stress enough, isn't it, Mike? Is that if you want an incident to be looked at thoroughly, you need to report it.
Yep, exactly. Speaking of incidents, hopefully we will not get one between these two Mercedes here, as Berrezzini is staring right at the back of Harwood now. I will say that it looks like Harwood is out of fuel-saving mode at this point, and back up to speed. It's just a question of, has he saved enough fuel, or is he out of the fuel-saving mode just to see if he can stay ahead of Berrezzini? Of course, he did not need to fuel save the entire race, so he does have time that he can get out of fuel-saving mode and back into it if he needs to. But this Orion Race Team 612 Mercedes is now going to be all over the mirror of Harwood, and we're seeing a couple of the other lap cars, GT4s ahead and behind, and there is actually a run coming from one of the lap cars over the 612. That Porsche looks like he wants to push the 612 down the field a bit, and I believe that's the Nissan as well behind them. These guys, I believe, are fighting for their own position, but not for the overall P2. So these guys doing pretty well to actually keep up, even though they're a lap down the straight. That Nissan actually slid past the Porsche as well. So a good move by him through the chicane, using the traffic to their advantage. Berrezzini not quite able to use the traffic to his advantage yet. But Harwood, again, it's just going to be the question of, did he save enough fuel yet? Or is he going to have to go back into fuel-saving mode at some point? They've got, depending on where the leader's position is on the track based on the finish line, they've got about 9 to 10 laps to go, give or take. And that could mean potential for them to have to drive, Harwood to have to drop off for a lap or two. So Jaroslav Honzik now here, still ahead of Frederick, just barely. 39 Aston Martin, taken back from the rear splitter cam at that yellow McLaren, and he is not checked out. In fact, he stayed ahead, but he's not checked out yet. In fact, I don't think they've gained really too much time on Prendergast either. They're currently only a few seconds back, it's said, but Prendergast in that 38, he's actually double stinted, Ryan. Darren King handed off to him after that safety car, and he has decided to stay in the car. So Prendergast out here finishing off the race for them. Spears in that number 8 car going to go ahead and finish off the race for them. And the Lamborghini, Ryan, I don't think he's going to make the podium, but that Lamborghini still within the top 5.
Yep. Zimonic carrying the Lambo fan club pride, of which the Lambo fan club currently consists of 2 drivers, myself and Ismail Lebrecq. And Ismail Lebrecht's not even here today to cheer it on. So it's just me today, sat here in the box cheering on the Lamborghini. But it's always good to see this car out there. And whoa,
that was ballsy.
I mean, I can't say I would have done the same, but massive respect for pulling that off. And before someone says off-track overtake, I mean, he's lapping a GT4 car to start with, but...
Still an off-track overtake, but a slightly more legal one than maybe you would consider if he was fighting a GT3.
I think that's one of... it's an off-track overtake, but that's one of those moments I'm willing to let slide, to just be like, okay, look, that was pretty stupid, but you got away with it.
Somehow. That's the Lamborghini that just went through the grass. I just want to point that out.
Yeah, yeah, they don't do well on the grass. So yeah, Lamborghini doing well in 4th place, and this time getting past a Porsche on track, and doing very, very well. Of course, they benefited massively from the red flag scenario, but a car that we can't really say has benefited or lost anything from the red flag scenario is the 888 car with James Parker and Joe McCauley in it. I'm pretty sure this car was like 8th or 9th when the red flag happened, and they're still there.
They were in 9th, so they have not made up any time at all. So they have the potential to catch up a little bit here, but overall, I mean, they're 7-8 seconds back, give or take, depending on where the timing line ends up. And I don't think that James Parker is going to be able to make up the rest of the time. So a little bit of a potential rough start from them. And of course, our leader, Mike Noble, in the 1-2-3 Lexus is just he's just gone. This man is still running 218s
Checked
pretty
out.
consistently. Yeah, I mean, he's running 218s pretty consistently, and the only other person in the top 10, there's a couple people in the top 10 that are running 218s. Harry Spears, running low 18s, in fact, faster than the leader of the race. Yaroslav Honzik and Frederick are running 18s, but that is about it. You know, the rest of these guys running 19s and 20s. Keep in mind, traffic's a thing. But yeah, Mike Noble. I mean, at this point, unless something major happens where he runs out of fuel or something, he's pretty much gone. He is checked out and gone. The Black Falcon Racing number 8 Mercedes. At the same time, he's just kind of stuck in his spot. He's too far back from the Lambo in front, and he's about 5-6 seconds ahead of Prendergast behind, and gaining in the last couple laps as well. He's distanced himself a little bit more. Honzik and Frederick have not gained any time to Prendergast in front in the past couple laps, though they're not too far behind. You know, so that P6 may still be up for grabs. We do have 5 or 6 laps here, but there's a little bit of a penalty for Harwood coming out. Must have caused some contact earlier. Looks like the stewards are going to decide 15 seconds for the 507 and the 14 car coming into contact on lap 48. So it must have been a back marker.
That's a GT4 all the way down in 40th place.
A little bit of an issue with a back marker earlier, it would seem. So I think at this point, if they have not fuel saved enough, at this point, go to full fuel saving mode and just try and lose as little as possible, because they're already, looking at my timing here, they are 5 or 6 seconds ahead of Spears with that 15-second penalty. And that is falling back to 4th place, but they should hopefully be able to hold on to that top 5 even with the penalty. But that is going to promote Berrezzini and that Orion Race Team P2, right?
And you know what it's also going to promote?
Is it a Lamborghini effect?
It is. The Lamborghini is officially going to be on the podium as long as it maintains itself within 15 seconds of the 507 Mercedes. So the Lamborghini fan club, the cheering has prevailed. We will get something out of this race, but yeah, unfortunate to see. I mean, you never like to see penalties coming in this late in the race, but unfortunately, you know, the stewards have a job to do, and they tend to do it quite effectively. And you know, if something needs penalising, they will penalise someone. And we've seen it plenty of times before, and quite a few times in this race as well. So 13 minutes left of the race. It is still Mike Noble that leads. Harwood in second with that penalty, and then followed by Berrezzini. Looking through the rest of the field, it's Dedicek that still leads by 5.4 seconds in the GT4 Pro class. And it is still Owen de Vries that leads in the GT4 Silver class. But actually, I think... Owen de Vries, never mind. He's actually just lost the lead of the GT4 Silver class, because Holzreiter has just got past him. The 444 Mercedes has just moved way past Owen de Vries. I mean, he would have been in front of him anyway at the end of the race because of the 5-second penalty, but he's going to make sure that he's ahead of him by the end of the race, and he's got past the Cayman.
Yeah, he got past the Cayman, and we just saw a disqualification come out from race control as well. The 621 was pretty far back in the field, that said. So we can figure out what's going on there. Too many penalties. He reached the maximum amount of penalties for the race.
Points. Yeah.
Maximum amount of penalties for the race for the 621. So they were disqualified from the race. They were almost in last. Anyway, so they just kind of lose 10, 15 minutes of racing here. Not too many position loss, but yeah, Holzreiter in the 444 Merc out in front of the silver class GT4s. And not to get that confused, they do have the AM placards on there. It's just for the separation. but these are technically the silver class drivers, whereas the silver placards on the timing screen are your pro class GT4 drivers. We like to separate them by the colors and not just the blue slashes just for ease of noticing where things are at. But Dedicek in the 405, well out in front of the GT4 Pro class. Rozan behind him by a few seconds, but overall, these guys in the Connection Lost Racing team doing really well, and I believe that's the leader coming on by him, if I'm not mistaken. I believe that's Mike Noble, sorry, coming on past.
Marco Noble, do you want to explain that one to him?
Noble. I'm still stuck on Marco Ripper with the GT4. Speaking of which, we did get the ruling from the stewards on the 507.21, classified as a racing incident between the two of them. So I'm curious to look back over that, but yeah, that's unfortunate. It seemed they found both cars at fault there for that incident, and as such decided it was a racing incident. So Marco Ripper taken out of the race for that incident, more or less, has fallen down a bit with the damage.
Mean, we do say it. The process of lapping a car is the responsibility of the car that is quicker and the car that is slower. It is the responsibility of both drivers, and you have to make it as easy as you can for each other to get past. And sometimes the two dots don't connect, and or they connect, just not in the way that they should. And it's unfortunate, but it's one of the challenges of multi-class racing. And we see it in a lot of series. You see it in real life series as well, in stuff like WEC and ELMS, and it's difficult. It's difficult to get right, especially if you've never done it before. And we do have a lot of new people around here, people new to ACC, people new to sim racing. Maybe not particularly in this split, but there are quite a few people that are probably new to multi-class racing, especially within ACC. So, a lot of these people, today's been a big learning experience for a lot of people, for sure. And hopefully, by the time we come to the next one, maybe there'll be less incidents. But, the nature of racing is that there is always going to be incidents at some point.
So something I just noticed is that the McLaren ended up back by Jaroslav Honzigam. And actually, as Nick is showing us here, they have also caught Prendergast, and they're going to La Source, all nose to tail, and we're going to go 3 wide coming out of La Source here just briefly as the McLaren slots himself back in front. Honzig did get a bit of an overlap there on Prendergast briefly, but has to slide back past, release the throttle slightly so that they don't come into contact coming into a Rouge. And they're going to come down the Camel Straight. This is a question of who gets the power down. If I had to guess, it's going to be drive-through penalty for Prendergast for track limits, and that is going to take him completely out of the top 10 spots here. He's going to fall back down. There they are, cutting their way through the GT4 car there. Pushed him a little bit off track, if I'm being honest, but in the end, these guys are in a fight for their lives. But Prendergast, however, did just get himself taken out, and that is the drive-through penalty that they did not want to see, as that is going to cost them roughly about anywhere between 90 to 100 seconds on track, as he's going off track a bit again there. That said, Honzig did follow him off track a bit as well, but maybe perhaps didn't catch up any time. But yeah, Prendergast, it is so easy, especially when you're fighting for position, to just go a little bit wide, throw Rouge and Radion, and that's what he did. And Jaroslav is all over the back of that Ferrari now. He knows that drive-thru's there. He wants pass. Frederick is taking off in front of him. Jardier's going to want that P6. And Prendergast, it just depends on when he takes his drive-thru. If he takes it this lap, then that should allow Jardier to not lose too much time. But obviously, Prendergast does not quite have the pace that Frederick and Honzig do. And he's, at this point, holding up Honzig. And potentially, James Parker's looking at this going, oh, I get to pick up a position. And maybe potentially gets to pick up a little bit more time. He's only about 10 seconds back. But he's got Schumacher breathing down his tail behind him as well. Here's Honzig trying to look to the inside. Will Prendergast come through this drive-thru now? He will. He's going to take the drive-thru. Honzig is released. Only a couple seconds back from Frederick. But at this point, he's got now ground to make up with only 6 minutes left in this race. Hanzik coming in through La Source. You can see the yellow McLaren out there in front. He's got a couple GT4 cars to come past at this point. I do like to mention that Berrezzini has eventually made himself past Harwood as well, up at the front. Even though that penalty is there, of course, Harwood will lose 15 seconds at the end of the race. But Berrezzini did get past him as track position as well on, I believe, the last lap. So Hanzik gets past the lap traffic pretty reasonably, and he's kind of I think Frederick lost a lot of time there as he is starting to catch him a bit. There goes the last bit of the lap traffic, and he's going to go hunting. Only a couple laps to go. Where is Mike Noble out on the track at the moment? Looks like he is coming through
he's on his own. He's got a massive gap in front of him. The closest car to him in front of him is just about to come across the timing line now, and it's a GT4 car. But with 5 minutes left of the race,
he's got 3 laps.
He's got 3 laps till the end now for the likes of Mike Noble. He's not going to have to stress. He's got a 24-second gap.
No, but it does mean that these guys get an extra lap based off of where he is at on the track. That's what I was curious about. So everybody's going to have 3 laps left, which means that we're going to go into overtime by about 90 seconds or so, give or take.
So
Mike Noble, of that.
Mike Noble is just gonna cruise it now, isn't he? I mean, well, I say cruise, yeah, in quotation marks. He's not gonna go out for a Sunday drive, but at the same time, he can kind of put his feet up on the straights and think, well, as long as he's got his foot on the throttle, of course, and kind of say, well, that's a good job. He's weaving already on the straight, victory celebration, 3 laps in advance. I'm calling it here, but it's a phenomenal effort from FFS Racing, and of course Mike Noble and Andre Franke kind of showing the kind of dominant form that I've seen them show in so many endurance races before. And in fact, the first endurance race I ever commentated on was won by Mike Noble and Andre Franke, and that was at the 3 Hours of Zolder. So these bringing back the memories. These guys are, and they've done it in multiple cars. I've seen them win an Enduro in an Audi. I've seen them win in the Lamborghini, and well, they are 3 minutes and 20 seconds away from winning in a Lexus.
And I think, as we mentioned earlier, this is also the first Lexus that I think we're ever going to find on a podium in an endurance race as well. So another first.
Well, the first little win for sure.
The first win, yeah. I don't think we've seen them on the podium as well. I could be wrong. I have to look back at our results, but I believe that may be the case. But yeah, doing very well in the Lexus here today. Something to be said. And Harry Spears as well in the number 8 McLaren or Mercedes. Sorry, carving through a bit of the GT4 field. He doesn't really have anywhere to go at this point. He's just kind of riding his race. A few seconds behind car in front. 10 seconds or so ahead of the car in the back, and the field has kind of spread themselves out a little bit here, at least in the GT3 section. P15, P16 are a little close, but overall it's still a bit of a gap there. The GT4 field has spread themselves a little bit as well. From the look of it, of course, Panker is fighting for a position back in the overall P4 GT4, but that's pretty much about it. Him and Guiglia in the 899, which is the teammate of Sundstrom. Sundstrom apparently handed off to Guiglia. But that's Panker. He's going to fight for that podium position. This is going to be our final podium position for GT4 here. It's just a question of attrition at this point, I think, for them, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, Alexander Guiglia is going to be having nightmares in his mirrors because he's seen a McLaren 570S, and Alexander Guiglia drove in the McLaren Masters Cup alongside his teammate Mikael Sundstrom. And it's fair to say that Alexander Guiglia also didn't really have many positive things to say about the McLaren 570S, and I'm pretty sure Mikael Sundstrom's telling him right now, if you let that car pass, he said, this is the last time we're going to work as a team together. We are not letting this thing that tortured them for 6 weeks, basically, get back past them in an endurance race. But Gergo Panker, he doesn't know any of that. He's not thinking about that. All he's seeing ahead of him is, oh, there's Mercedes. It's a bit of an eyesore. Let's get past it. So that's the kind of scenario that's going through their heads right now. And, you know, Gergo Panker, one of the devs for Kunos, he's plenty quick. It has to be said. Between some of the devs that do race out here, of course, Aris races and Kevin occasionally as well, I think it's fair to say that Gergo is definitely the quickest of the Kunos developers. I don't think I'm wrong in saying that.
I think so as well. Aris is obviously pretty quick, but I don't think Kevin has quite enough experience racing, as he's usually just way too busy to get enough car time in, basically. But we're about 10 seconds away from the timer expiring here. And we were just told by chat, the leader is on the final lap a few seconds before, so that is going to give them one full lap remaining. Jardier is not going to like that, as he is apparently in full fuel saving mode, and he's all but out of fuel in that Aston Martin, as we see another penalty come across here.
I love
222.
I love the flex from Mike Noble. He could have stopped for 10 seconds and ended the race.
Yep.
But he's decided to go another lap. So Mike Noble does start the final lap of the race. Jaroslav Honzik fighting, well, potentially a losing battle with the fuel meter on that Aston Martin V8. And that would explain the amount of time he's lost to the likes of Friedrich. And not great for the likes of Jaroslav Honzik, of course, was trying to recover something from what's been a tough race for them. But as it stands at the moment, 7th place is the best that they're going to be able to do. Mike Noble is working his way towards Puon right now. He's got the windscreen wipers waving. He's got the lights flashing. The man knows that he's got this in the bag. 24-second gap. He doesn't need to stress. He can just take it easy for this last half of the lap. And it's fair to say that, you know, maybe this wouldn't have worked out this way without the red flag. After the little incident they had with a GT4 Audi. You know, it's fair to say that this might not have happened for them. It might not have gone their way. They definitely could have finished outside the top 5. And, you know, things went their way. But the reality of the situation is in motorsport is that luck is a factor. It's not one that you can control, but it's definitely one that can contribute a massive amount of effort to how your result shapes out, and luck has contributed to them here. It's been on their side. And the 1, 2, 3, they take their second RCI endurance win, and it's going to be another win in a 3-hour race for them here. Over the line, drift into the wall, and just reverse as they go. They finish the race as the overall winners, and the winners in GT3 Pro. Fulvio Barazzini and the Orion race team will keep up their 100% record of podiums in RCI endurance races, a well-deserved result for them. And whilst Harwood will cross the line in 3rd on track, it will be the Lamborghini that jumps up to 3rd on the podium due to the 15-second time penalty of the 5:07.
And I just want to point out as well, Bianchi got a drive-through penalty for track limits there towards the end, and Jardier is currently desperately trying to hold off the BMW of Schumacher without running out of fuel. They're diving into the last corner right now. This is going to be an interesting one. Will Jardier run out of fuel coming out of the chicane? He's going very slowly. He's out of fuel. Jardier is out of fuel, and Schumacher is trying to bump him across the line. But we will see. Schumacher's going to let him have it. He's going to let him have it. What a good show of sportsmanship there from Schumacher. Bumped across the line in P7. Schumacher finishes in 8th. Lawrence and James Parker 9 and 10. So James Parker did end up losing a position there towards the end, Ryan. But confirmed winner, Mike Noble in first.
Oh dear. There's all sorts of shenanigans. Jardier's getting ganged up on now.
He's out of fuel. He can't go anywhere. But that is also a win for the Connection Loss Racing team, the 405 version of the Connection Loss Racing team for the GT4 class, and of course, Holes Rider in the 444 winning the silver class GT4 in the Mercedes. So a good run by all of our winners today. There's Dedicek on air there. Bart Macha, his teammate, of course. Here's Holes Rider for the Super Hot Motorsport. I apologize, I don't know his teammate's name offhand, but good on these guys. Hanzik coming back from a little bit of a struggle earlier in the race, still finishing in P7 with a car that, again, we don't see him in very often in that Aston Martin. And here is your silver class leader crossing the line for the final. And I believe Ryan Gill, that we have our race winners in the commentary box here. Mike Noble, Andre Frankie, congratulations, guys. What a drive.
Oh, thank you.
That was I just want to say, like, it's basically just absolute domination, especially in that last stint. Mike, you took the last stint there, and I mean, you just drove off, man. I mean, what do you think really added to that? I mean, how did you guys check out that hard?
Well, basically low fuel. Like we had to do two pit stops in a short amount of time, and so we were running quite low fuel. And our setup generally liked low fuel, so yeah, we went really fast.
Gotcha. Well, really fast you guys did go. I think you were running 18s pretty much that entire end of the stint there. Now, how did the red flag and the safety car play in for you guys? I mean, was that really about it? I mean, were you guys just kind of celebrating that you were like, oh yes, we get to run low fuel? Because obviously you guys, a couple of the other cars, like the Lamborghini that ended up on the podium, the 21 car, benefited a lot from it. How did you guys do with that?
Yeah, well, the red flag situation was quite interesting. There were a couple of cars which already had their pit stop done, and they gained quite a bit with the red flag situation. But our start on the red flag situation was really good. We instantly took 2 positions, and then we just basically kept on going. And yeah, the low fuel definitely did help us pace-wise.
Well, awesome. Andre, you obviously, I believe, took your guys' second stint, if I'm not mistaken. If I'm not mistaken, you had a little bit of trouble during your stint trying to carving through some of the GT4s. You guys had a little bit of an early incident. Coming back from that after the safety car and everything like that, I think an excellent job from you, Andre. How did you feel out on the track? Because I think you were out there in your full fuel, were you not?
No, we were running even fuel stints at the end, so I was on the same fuel as Mike. I just caught a kind of unfortunate piece of track with the traffic, so I had to deal with a lot of traffic in my stint. But we got through it without any further incidents, so that was good. And like I had decent pace from where I was on the track, so it worked out in the end. Like when I came in the pits to give Mike the car, we were basically just on the tail of one of the cars that had to do a long stint at the end, so we knew we were in a really good position because we had a 50-minute shorter stint than them. So
and that Lexus
Mike could just take over and basically try not to get a drive through because we had some track limit issues.
As Spa usually does, and I'm sure in that Lexus of all things, I mean, we know that the Lexus it eats through tires for the most part, right? Yeah. So you guys, you picked this to begin with, not expecting, of course, these shorter stints. How were your guys' tires, at least to those last couple stints? I'm sure they were pretty good because of that.
No, they were really good still. We would have also been fine with 1 hour stints. Like our tires were not that bad. We got them to wear like at a low enough rate to do 1 hour stint perfectly fine on pace. So yeah, the first stint that Mike drove, he didn't drop off too much at the end.
Excellent. Well, anything to add, Ryan?
Well, from my side, congratulations on your second win in an RCI endurance event. Of course, you won the 3 hours of Nürburgring in the Lamborghini, and of course now you've come out here at Spa and you've done it in the Lexus. And obviously, to our knowledge, you're the first team to have won an endurance event in a Lexus that we've hosted in the previous form or in the current form of the community. So big congratulations for that, because obviously it's not a car that we usually see up towards the top of the field. So big respect from me. We hope to see you guys around for Imola and any other stuff that we have planned in the future.
Yep. All right. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much. And
good
thanks for hosting.
recovery. Yeah, good recovery after the server crash or whatever happened there.
Yeah, unfortunate, but I mean, hey, technical issues happen. So, yeah, Mike Noble, Andre Frankie, your guys' race winners today. Congratulations, guys, and we will hopefully see you. Like Ryan said, hopefully we'll see you at Imola in a couple weeks, or if not, it's going to be another race we're going to be announcing here in a second. Little sneak peek, another Imola race in December. That's going to be happening. So keep an eye on Discord tonight, guys. If you're around, we'll have another race as well. So, congratulations.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for hosting.
Of course. All right, and now we've got our GT4 winners quickly before we end this out. Bart Macha and Andre Dedicek in the booth now. Your Pro Class GT4 winners. I'm going to go out on a limb here real quick, guys, and say that because you guys were able to keep the drive-throughs and the penalties out, you guys just kind of swiped that podium away from people, or the win away from people, rather.
Yeah, you're probably right. I did get 2 track warnings at the start of my stint, which wasn't great, and Andre was a bit scared after that. But yeah, he managed to drive the entire race without picking a single one up.
Whew, that's rough, because I mean, especially here at Spa in the GT4 of all cars, right? I mean, it's
a long one.
Downforce.
No, and yeah, I didn't practice as much as I probably should have, and BMW is not necessarily my car of choice, so I was a little bit out of shape. But yeah, with Andre's few tips, I made it a bit better at the end of the stint.
So James Parker now coaching you as well, then, Bart, just kind of proxied through Dedicek. Is that what's happening?
I guess, yeah, probably.
Now, Dedicek, obviously, you in our Friday championship, as I just mentioned, you've been paired up with James Parker, who is properly quick, and we've seen you improve quite a bit under his tutelage through the Friday championship. Not that you were slow to begin with. I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is your guys' first as the Connection Loss team. This is your first win in one of our endurance races, if I'm not mistaken. You can correct me if I'm wrong. But do you think that added to that there, Andres?
Yeah, I think it did for sure. I mean, like, James is really properly fast, and I think I got some stuff from him, I guess. So, but yeah, today it was quite. I think we got also quite lucky with Marco Ripper getting crashed, and yeah, so, but it was nice.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good race all around, and we're glad to see. We were talking about this a lot during the stream. We're glad to see you guys out here in quite a few different cars. Obviously, Lexus winning the overall winner with Mike Noble and Andre Frankie. Not something we see very often. A Lexus out on the podium, and the GT4 BMW out here on the win. The Mercedes BMW on the Silver Class GT4 as well, or Mercedes AMG on the Silver Class podium for win for the GT4 as well. So glad to see you guys out here. Congratulations on the win. Ryan, anything to add for that?
Well, I mean, the one thing I have to add to that is obviously Dedicek. I mean, I've mentioned a couple of times now since we were sort of teammates at OTL for a championship that obviously I'm quite happy to see how far you've come along. The only thing I'll say is that next time we're on track together, can you just wait up a bit for me and and maybe we can have a bit of a battle. But no, you guys, you've stuck around RCI pretty much since its founding, and obviously it's really nice to see you guys finally get a win. Obviously, Bart, you took the McLaren Masters Cup GT3 championship as well. So,
yep.
On Andrej, you've come on quite a bit with James Parker's tutelage, but of course, Bart, you've been getting really quick as well recently. So I'm next RCI endurance race in the GT3s. I'm expecting a solid top 5 finish from you guys.
That would be nice. Yeah, hopefully we'll try.
Yeah, so Imola race in a couple weeks. Hopefully we will see you guys there. I'm sure we will. And what car are you guys driving for that?
I'm not sure about the single. We're gonna go with the new Ferrari for the 3-hour endurance.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, speaking of which, before you guys leave the boxes, I just mentioned before we end the stream here, I do just want to really quickly announce that we are doing another Imola endurance race in December. Jardier is actually teaming up with us to run a 9 hours of Imola on December 20th. So it'll be a little RCI and Jardier Christmas special going on. So you guys can expect some announcements on that on Discord here pretty soon. Hopefully you guys will be able to join us as well in the Connection Lost team.
Absolutely.
So 9 hours, and hopefully, of course, in the Endurance Championship next year. Good luck in that. And
Thank you.
Andrzej, I hope you guys are in a strong position in the Friday Championship. So hope you guys get a strong finish this coming week, you and James.
Yeah, hopefully.
And good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you very much for organizing and for having us today, guys.
Yeah, what I'd like to add is I think the restart was very, very good handled. I think it was, quite professional.
Oh, hey, we very much appreciate that, guys. And again, congratulations.
Yep.
And guys, good luck in the next race. Ryan, well, that was a little over 3 hours of Spa after all said and done, but an excellent race, and unexpected to the last, as seems to be the case here with a lot of our endurance races. But I had a blast joining you, Ryan. Any final thoughts?
Well, final thoughts from me, Mike, is that big thank you to all the drivers who were extremely cooperative in our efforts to get the race back up and running after the red flag. I did mention that on stream, but of course we couldn't get everything back up and running no matter how organized we were if the drivers didn't cooperate. So obviously there's a big thank you out to them. It's a big thank you off to all the viewers that stuck through whilst we fixed the technical difficulties and we got the race back up and running. You guys are awesome. If you haven't subscribed to RCI, if you haven't liked the stream already, please do. It does help us out so much. And of course, you can join us here at RCI through the Discord. The link is in the chat at the moment. But no, it's been an incredible event. It had its fair share of challenges for both the drivers and the staff. But all in all, we got to the end of it, and like you said, we're looking forward to the future. We've got Imola 3 hour on the horizon. We've got the Jardier Christmas special, run by RCI towards the end to kind of cap off the year a bit, and we've got the World Tour starting next year as well for a big proper endurance championship, of which the 24-hour venue, I think, has been decided as Kyalami. I think it has at this point in time. So, look forward to all of that, guys. We're going to have so much going on over the rest of November and the rest of December. And, of course, coming into the new year, we plan to come back with a bang, don't we, Mike?
We sure do. We'll be starting out with a couple races in January. You guys can keep an eye on that. The Endurance Championship being one of them. So the World Tour. You can expect that January, I believe, 23rd, if I'm doing my math right. And we will likely have another race that will be announced shortly before the start of the year. And, of course, through the end of the year, lots of races going on just to cap off the year as well. So join us on Discord. Join us at RCI TV here on YouTube for all of those events. And, of course, if you'd like to join us with staff, stewarding, commentating, whatever you'd like to do, we are more than welcome to send me a DM after you visit the Staff Vacancies channel on the Discord. In the meantime, myself, Mike Jones, Ryan Gill joining me in the comment box, and Nick Setnick behind your broadcast cameras today. Much appreciate all you guys joining us, and I hope you have a great rest of your weekend.